It is I, Jacadero, proudly filling in here for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 here on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. What's up? What's going on? We already got, you guys, one hell of a week, And we got one hell of a show for you. Already checking in early. It's Trigger Happy. Trigger Happy says peace. Trigger Happy, what's going on? What's up? What's going on? What's up? Once again, if you're just tuning in, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't already. Do you want like-minded individuals like yourself to be aware? Well, how can they do that without it going into the algorithm? Hit the like button. Stop being greedy. What's wrong with you? On today's show, we're talking about a range of topics. We're talking about the importance of ownership or just being too insensitive. We're also talking about discipline. Yes, parental discipline. We're also talking about geopolitics and maybe even sociopolitics. And then asking a question on if restaurants are hurting our pocket. Yes, dollar bill, y'all. And then last but not least, we're also asking about surveillance. Is it a world tour or is it somebody else's tour? You get me, fam? Isn't it? How about this, man? Well, I go ahead and try to think about some more corny jokes for you guys. Let's get you guys introduced to who we are, because it's a Better Medicine Podcast, but we're part of a larger team. Let's go ahead and let's get introduced and get familiar. Come on!
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAC Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D-Web with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAC Radio.
Yeah. You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I gotta ask Koku on who does that voice. They have a distinguished voice. Who does that? You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Hey, better. Once again, I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Make sure you hit the like button. If there's anything that you can do that's the least amount of work, the least amount of work, yeah, hit the like button. Seriously, you can even later on tell some of your grandchildren, hey, young blood, back in my day, I was a part of something special. I hit the like button. Back in my day, I hit the like button and I made sure that like-minded individuals like yourself was getting the message. I mean it though. I mean it. Trigger. Hey, am I wrong though? Am I wrong? Hey. What you guys don't know? You guys don't know anything about guns and butter. Life is about guns and butter, but you young bucks, you don't know nothing about that. You don't know nothing about hitting the like button and making sure that, you know, the good information, the bit of medicine, it pops up on different algorithms. That's you guys don't know nothing about that. But anyways, all right. Come on, this is not stand up. This is Shoot the Breeze episode 253. Daily affirmation stops by or is here, huh? Excuse me, is here. Daily affirmation says, good evening, sister. What's going on, Daily Affirmations? We have one hell of a show for you. In case you don't know, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku. We have one hell of a show for you guys today. We have a Discord. I want to cover all bases before we get into the meat. And let's try to make this African. Let's try to make this Caribbean. Before we get into the oxtail and gravy of the show. There we go. How about that, huh? Before we get into the oxtail and gravy of the show, we have a Discord. Yes, that purple app. It's D like Domino's, ISCORD, Discord. Go ahead and download the app and add the Bitter Medicine Podcast. We have, I'd say last time I checked, about 99 members. Could you be the 100th? Could you? Again, could you be the 100th? Because not only is the Bitter Medicine Podcast and KWAZ Radio putting it on Saturday nights, or I guess wherever you are at in the world, but also every other day. Again, 25 or 8 days a week, 25 hours a day. Not 7. No. 8 days a week, 25 hours a day. Huh? And that's on the Discord. So you can not only be able to connect with like-minded individuals, but be able to submit some of your topics for every Saturday's Shoot the Breeze episode. Huh? Why not? Why wouldn't you want to be a part of that? That's something good, huh? And then you can also, again, in the future, tell your grandchildren, hey, back in my day, I was a part of a Discord. I was part of something special. But nonetheless, I don't want to make this all jokes. It is serious, but nonetheless, come on. And this is also the least that you can do. Huh? How about it? All right. We have a StreamYard link. That's right. If you want to be a part of tonight's panel and you don't want to just hear Jacadero, saying corny things, you can go ahead and click onto the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. Daily Affirmation says, I love the humor. Hey, we're trying, right? Hey, Daily Affirmations in the future, I'll be able to tell my grandkids, hey, while you guys were, doing your dances on the TikTok, and then, doing the trends, I was hitting the like button and joining the Discord. Yeah. But if you want to be a part of this conversation tonight, go ahead and click on the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. How about it? That's okay, right? That's okay, huh? It's not bad, huh? It's okay. It's okay, huh? All right. Since it's okay with you, it's okay with me. Let's go ahead and get into the Shoot the Breeze topic, the first topic of the night, huh? How about it, huh? We're talking about respect. I think you guys know that, our legendary singer, I don't know how long ago it was she passed away, but, she had a good song. It said, RESPECT, find out what it means to me. You guys, huh? You guys remember that, right? Hey, so we're talking about respect. That's what we're talking about. What specifically about respect? Let's talk about it. Let's see. Huh? Let's take a look here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 asks, disrespectful or too late? Again, Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 asks the question, disrespectful or too late? This is followed by a video from Instagram. We go to Instagram, and Instagram has a video for us with, I believe, a young, beautiful woman going ahead and bringing to us a matter to our attention, a concerning matter. So let's go ahead and ask the question again. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Disrespectful or too late on Shoot the Breeze episode 253. I'm Jacadero, probably filling in for Brother Koku on the Bitter Medicine podcast. Make sure you hit that like button. Hit the like button. It's the least that you can do. All right.
In the head you have to be to turn a whole cultural identity, a whole ethnicity, a whole tribe. You trademark the name Yoruba, something that belongs to African people, and you turned it into commercial property. Like I don't understand where this disrespect is coming from. First it was Patrick Tal with the whole transitional blush nonsense and the thing he did with Painted by S, the thing he did to Painted by S, and now it's Shake and Go. A whole Asian hair company decided that they thought it was okay to disrespect Africans and trademark the name Yoruba. For what? Even I've never seen an African be bold enough to trademark the name Yoruba, but an Asian company decided that they were going to disregard and disrespect a whole tribe and trademark the name. From where to where? As how? For hair. You guys know Shake and Go, but when you used to walk into the beauty supply stores, their posters will be everywhere. They sell everything. So what concerns Shake and Go hair with Yoruba? What was the point of trademarking the name Yoruba? This is so on track with colonialism. I don't know what it is that's making you guys bold. All you guys do is steal, and it's making me sick to my stomach. I'm sick and tired of the blatant disrespect, because for you to literally commercialize, like you would trademark and then now commercialize Yoruba, something you have no association with whatsoever. Like, is it crack? You know how sick in the head you have to be to turn a whole cultural identity, a whole ethnicity, a whole tribe. You trademark the name Yoruba, something that belongs to African people, and you turned it into commercial property. Like I don't understand where this disrespect is coming from. First it was Patrick Tal with the whole transitional blush nonsense and the thing he did with Painted by S, the thing he did to Painted by S, and now it's Shake and Go. A whole Asian hair company decided that they thought it was okay to disrespect Africans and trademark the name Yoruba. For what? Even I've never seen an African be bold enough to trademark the name Yoruba, but an Asian company decided that they were going to disregard and disrespect a whole tribe and trademark the name. From where to where? As how? For hair. You guys know Shake and Go, but when you used to walk into the beauty supply stores, their posters will be everywhere. They sell everything. So what concerns Shake and Go hair with Yoruba? What was the point of trademarking the name Yoruba? This is so on track with colonialism. I don't know what it is that's making you guys bold. All you guys do is steal, and it's making me sick to my stomach. I'm sick and tired of the blatant disrespect, because for you to literally commercialize, like you would trademark and then now commercialize Yoruba, something you have no association with whatsoever.
Yeah. I am Brother Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine podcast. We're diving. We're already getting into it. We're already getting into the gristle. The oxtail, the rice and peas and oxtail of the night. We're starting off shooting from the hip, literally. On Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, asking, disrespectful or too late? This was a video that was sent in from our Discord. Again, you should download and add the Bitter Medicine podcast channel on your Discord. Come on. This is, maybe she's Nigerian, but nonetheless, our African sister here, she dives deep into a matter that she's bringing to our attention, and that matter is an Asian beauty company. Asian beauty company, Asian hair company, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, an Asian company had trademarked a name, not just any name, but a name for a West African tribe, the Yoruba, primarily concentrated in Nigeria and in Benin. I know a Yoruba man, and he's from Benin, the country, not the state in Nigeria. But nonetheless, yes, as you guys can see in the screen, an Asian company had trademarked Yoruba. So we asked the question, disrespectful or too late? Let's go to the comments here before we get into my thoughts, because we don't have any panelists yet. So I know that you guys are still busy doing what you need to do. Trigger Happy says, trademark. Look at that, huh? They went legal on us. Trigger Happy also adds, we talked about it last week, but this, unfortunate. I didn't get to see that, but okay. Talked about it last week, but this straight hair addiction is what emboldens these people. We'll talk about that. Bitter Medicine says her hair is on track with colonialism as well. You want to elaborate, Bitter Medicine? Let us know exactly what you mean. Let's get into my thoughts about this. Again, Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Ask the question, disrespectful or too late? I think two things can be true at the same time. I think it is disrespectful, clearly. What are we doing here? Because let an African company attempt the same, I'm sure they would be met with some resistance. I don't know about legal resistance, but they'd be met with resistance nonetheless. And as they should, as an Asian people should. I expect every group of people on earth to stand up for themselves and to protect the sanctity of themselves. So I don't fault if the shoe were on the other foot, as they like to put it. If any other group would not stand by and put a hefty or heavy resistance towards that. Now, is it too late? Let's talk about that. That's really what I want to get into. And again, please feel free to go ahead and click on the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat, because if you want to be a panelist on tonight's Shoot the Breeze episode 253, more than welcome to. Men and women, especially our women. Maybe just maybe you want to go ahead and share your thoughts. But is it too late? What I take from that, the too late is, why didn't now again, she says it in the video. I haven't come across any African with I forgot the word that she used, but it was pretty much the antonym of courageous. So maybe somebody foolish. She explains that she hasn't came across an African that would attempt to name a product after an African tribe and trademark it. Trademarking that means that you took the legal matters. You took it. Yeah, you went ahead and had you had the state of your country or the state of the jurisdiction that you live in recognize your company and say, this is Yoruba. But again, is it too late? This is interesting because now some Africans might say, yeah, I'm not going to go ahead and name my product and trademark it, have it legally recognized as the name of a tribe. But what's stopping you? What's stopping you? Again, I just ask these questions because these things have never crossed my mind before, but we see it all day. Where do we see it? For those that don't know, I'm here in Omaha, Nebraska, based out of Omaha, Nebraska. And, one of the things that it's not new, far from new, but the African spiritual system of voodoo or voodoo, if you're in Benin, or voodoo in Haiti, that's almost been, it's almost like a, I don't know, is trope the right word to use? But voodoo is almost like a trope. And so there is a restaurant. I'm going to try to stay away from the name of the restaurant, but it has the word voodoo here in Omaha, Nebraska. And this is not a promotion at all to that company, but our spiritual systems have also been disrespected because they've been trademarked. Now, one can say, oh, well, voodoo is not necessarily as tied to somebody's ethnicity as one may think. Is it? I'm not 100% sure, because I know people that when you greet them, they will say, hey, I practice hoodoo. Not to be confused with voodoo, but I practice voodoo. I'm a hoodoo practitioner. Actually, earlier this week, I came across somebody that shared with me that, hey, I do practice hoodoo. I do root, R-O-O-T. I do root work. Hey, I'm Ifa. But look at voodoo. I think there's even a beverage. You can go into some of your grocery stores here in the United States, and I think there's a beverage that has the word voodoo in it. I mean, we've gotten to this place with tribes, but have we done everything to protect our own, so to speak? Let's get to the comments here before I dive in a little further. Again, if you want to join in, go ahead and click on the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. Triggappy says, I feel like it's ridiculous to trademark an ethnic name, but we live in their world. Here in the United States, we do. Yes, here in the United States, we do. So what's interesting about this is that Yoruba's in Nigeria. It's in Nigeria. Well, not just in Nigeria, but the Yoruba are primarily in Nigeria and Benin. So, I'm wondering how long, because something needs to be done. I am with that. Something needs to be done, but how long is it going to take for somebody to jump on this? Triggappy also adds, when you live in their world, you are privy to their surprises. Hey, true indeed. True indeed. And again, the Yoruba are primarily in West Africa. So the Yoruba are in their own world. They're in their world, their own world. So how did this fly? Because again, if we try to do the same with, I don't know my Asian ethnicities so much, but let's just say the Mongolian, right? The Mongolian peoples or the Mongolian state or region. I'm not 100% sure on if that wouldn't be met with resistance. But again, that should be met with resistance. Every group should have the wherewithal about their own and about protecting the sanctity of their own. Anthony in the chat, what's going on? Anthony checks in. What's up, Anthony? Peace, brother. Anthony says, Jacadero, voodoo comes from voodoo, which was the spiritual practice of the Fon people of Dahomey. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, but voodoo is still practiced. It's, again, as far as what I know, and again, because I know somebody from Benin, I could be totally wrong because I'm not from Benin. I'm from East Africa. But voodoo still exists. But nonetheless, whether it's voodoo, or voodoo, here in the United States, it's almost like a joke. It's almost like a joke. We're taking it as a joke. But let us ever try, one of us ever try to play with the Israeli, Hebrew, Hasidic, Ashkenazi name, an ethnicity over in the Mideast. And again, that same response that we would get in that situation, I expect that. But that's the same response that we need to also have for ourselves. Trigger Happy in the chat adds, or like trading the Han or Korean. Exactly. Exactly. Trigger Happy, you know your Asian ethnicities pretty well, man. Good for you. I was trying my hardest to name an Asian ethnicity. I was only coming up with nationalities. The matron, what's going on, the matron? Huh? It's the learning curve with the matron. Hey, you guys can check out the learning curve with the matron. Only on KWAZ Radio. What's going on? Peace, sister. Says, one view difference is that Mongolians would not be interested in buying anything made by Africans that was labeled Mongolian. Let's say it. Say it. Say it. Matron is on. Let me get my soundboard here, huh? And we're gonna start dropping some air horns, huh? Because I didn't know that you guys were coming already shooting from the hip, huh? So let me get my soundboard ready. You deserve a couple air horns, huh? Matron, what's going on? In the chat, Anthony says, Jacadero, hoodoo is an African-rooted spiritual practice of African Americans based on root work and ancestor veneration. Awesome, right? Awesome. Great. I support it. Now, this is almost, because one of the things that, for those that don't know, again, I'm not saying that you guys don't know, for those that don't know, is that oftentimes in Africa, the name of the ethnicity is also the name of the spiritual system that is being practiced. To say that I'm Yoruba is also saying that I practice Yoruba. To say that I'm Igbo, I practice Igbo. It's one in the same. And so Hoodoo, some could say that the practitioners of hoodoo is an ethnicity. Now, in this clip that we just watched, it's an Asian company trademarking an African ethnic name. In the United States, if somebody were to trademark an African name from either an ethnic group or a spiritual system, like Anthony's pointing out, would we make noise? And I hope we would make noise. Not just make noise, but do everything that we can to make sure that, hey, we're checking that. I think in the United States, we like to say, nip it in the butt. Nip it in the butt. Could we nip it in the butt? Huh? This reminds me of a proverb from, ironically, Nigeria. I'll give you guys that proverb. In the chat also, Brother Bakari checks in. Brother Bakari, let me go ahead and give you a... What's going on, Brother Bakari? Brother Bakari says, peace and Black African power, Black African family. What's going on, Brother Bakari? What's up? The Nigerian proverb that I know is that, give me a moment to try to remember it verbatim, but it's, okay, we're just gonna, instead of me trying my hardest to try to get it from memory, but it's about stopping things at the beginning before they escalate into a big thing. It might not directly tie with this, but we're gonna try here, huh? It's an Igbo proverb, I believe, if memory serves me correct. It's about soup and monkeys. Maybe some of you guys have heard this before. Okay, so it says, remove the monkey's hand from the soup before it turns into a human's hand. Once again, the African proverb from the Igbo, not the Yoruba, but nonetheless, Nigeria, what's going on? Green, white, green, oh, Nigeria, no, they carry last. Remove the monkey's hand from the soup before it turns into a human's hand. And so basically what this proverb is saying is nip it in the bud. Small problems, bad habits should be stopped immediately before they get into uncontrollable crises. And early action is to say, take an early action on something. Like in this case, the monkey's hand from the soup, pulling a stray animal's hand out of the family meal before damage is done. You must address trouble while it's still small. So maybe, just maybe, this is also a foreshadow or a warning to the rest of us. I don't know. Let me know. Trigger Happy says, to be fair, names of spiritual systems are often aspects of the spirituality that are extrapolated to the name. You want to give me more insight on that? I guess, Trigger Happy, you go to the library, looks like more than I do, man. So I give you all the respect in the word. Please help me and break that down. Ellie, let's do Ellie 11. Explain it like I'm 11. Huh? Anthony says, Jacadero, the word hoodoo comes from the hoodoo, an Ewe word meaning root worker. Is that right? Is that right? Anthony, let's get it, man. This I did not know, Anthony. I appreciate it. Wow. And what's awesome, Anthony, is I know more than a few Ewe people here in Omaha, Nebraska, from Togo primarily, but then there's some from Ghana that I know. But I will ask them about this because I'll be like, hey, I know an Ewe word, huh? And I think a majority of them are Christians, so they might just be like, wow, you saying that word? Africans can be really suspicious, man. So I'll try to do it with somebody I'm really close to, and what do they say? Check the temperature before I'm chased out of their home or something. Trigger Happy in the chat says, yup, and that proverb can be applied to so many things that we talked about. Yes! Again, stopping things, nip it in the bud. Remove the monkey's hand from the soup before it turns into a human hand. Could have this happened? Could we have nipped this in the bud? I'm not sure. Again, I'm not too legally trained. But I do know one thing is that this is an Asian beauty. Let's just say beauty, because I'm not sure if they're just about skincare, if they're about hair, but beauty company that took the name Yoruba, an ethnic tribe and also a spiritual system from West Africa, and said, hey, this is going to be the name of one of our products. How can this happen? Can we trademark Judaism? Huh? How about Christianity, Omera? How about Islam? Huh? Can we do that? What about Hindu? Buddha? Is it Hindi? No, I speak Hindi, so I'm Hood. Maybe I don't know too much about people's ethnicities outside of Africa. But is it Buddhist? What is it? Buddhism? Buddhism. Can we trademark Buddhism? Trigappy says, I mean, Ifa is the name for the divinate. Trigappy, please excuse me, man. I had a long week. Some of these words is too big. Hey, I'm just an African in the Midwest working his ass off, huh? But yeah, it's the name of a system, but it becomes the name of a whole spiritual system. Okay. This is it's really interesting. When I first came across this lady, this sister, like you guys like to say in the chat, her hair is also part of colonialism. I had no idea about this. It's disrespectful. Let me answer the question that's on Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. It's disrespectful. But also, I understand that us as Africans, we don't want issues with other Africans, but that should be the point, though. Because if another African were to do this, they would be highly upset. Case in point, on social media, once in a while, you'll see people of a different ethnicity or a whole different African country wearing traditional attire from a whole different African nationality or ethnicity. So, for instance, there was a viral clip of an Ethiopian couple, and they were dressed in Nigerian, not sure on what the tribe was, but Nigerian attire that you would associate with Nigeria. And there were Africans in the comment section of this Instagram post because it was for, I think they took wedding photos. Oh, you guys are Ethiopian. You guys are not Nigerian. Stop appropriating our culture. There was an explosion. Where's the explosion here? Where is it? Where are you guys? Where are you guys? You guys gave them such a hard time they had to disable the comments. Ask me how I know. I went back to the post and the comments are disabled. Now, one can say and ask the question, well, is disabling comments the same as, trying to force somebody to stop selling a product that uses the name of an African ethnicity? I don't no, it might not. But at least it's a start. It's saying, hey, we're not with this. We as a collective, we're not with this. We're going to go ahead and nip it in the bud. Huh? We're going to go ahead and remove the monkey's hand from the soup. You feel me? Trigappy says, in my opinion, another African cannot appropriate another African culture, especially when they're interconnected. Listen, Trigappy, me and you are on the same boat, sailing on these waters, but I think you said it once before. It's common that African are what did you say? You said some word, ethnocentrists. Basically, people that, are just proud of their tribe, as you should. You should be proud of your tribe, right? But it's like, hey, no, nothing can be done. But it's funny, I've seen also on social media is that Europeans, white folks in the United States alike will marry somebody from an African nation, and then they'll wear an African attire and they'll be cheered. Yeah, I love it. As a matter of fact, my aunt makes fabrics just like that. What's your address so I can send you a gift package? Spare me. Hey, spare me. I will say the times that I've worn, from East Africa, the times that I've worn West African attire, whether it's like the agbada of the Yoruba, or I can't even think of the name, but Ghana has also these shirts. It's not the kente cloth that you guys know. It's something else that drapes over your shoulder. Pretty much. Anyways, but I've never, in real life, I've never been checked. Even from people who know who I am, where I'm from, they've never giving me issues. Oh, you're East African. Why are you wearing West African attire? I think I would tell them to shut the hell up. I think I'd be so confused about, hey, what's going on here? How much time do you have in your life to be so you're a clothing police? Is that what we're doing here? Get out of here. Trigger Happy says, yeah, ethnocentrism. Woo! Trigger Happy. Hey, Trigger Happy, I'll give it to you, man. I'll give it to you. One hell of academic, huh? One hell of an intellectual. Yes, ethnocentrism is often the mask of self-hate, and it proves that it isn't natural. Is it self-hate? Is ethnocentrism self-hate, Trigger Happy? I'm asking just because I never really gave it much thought. You let me know. Trigger Happy says, I have no issues with a Central African or other Africans wearing kente, for example, as you shouldn't, and awesome. Thank you, Trigger Happy, by the way. Yeah, people shouldn't be, but then time and time again, we see, pretty much I think most of us are familiar, especially in the United States, if you live around Ethiopians, Eritreans, shout out to both, and they have a certain braiding pattern for the women, I'm saying. A lot of times it will be like a really, really skinny cornrow, and then a really, really fat cornrow, and then followed by a really skinny cornrow pattern for their cornrows, or like their braids that. Anyways, if you've seen Ethiopians coming out of their churches or coming out of weddings, you've seen the women in their braiding patterns. Any of my past ex-girlfriends, if they were to rock that, I wonder if they would have gotten any flack. And I don't know what I would have said if they would have gotten any push. Oh, no, you're not Ethiopian. Why are you wearing Ethiopian braids? Get out of here. Get out of here. Trigger Happy says, in my opinion, yes, you can be proud of your ethnic group and simultaneously realize that your ethnic group is connected to other groups. Let's go, Trigger Happy. Let's go. Trigger Happy says also, ethnocentrism operates in an isolationist fashion. And often they make other forms of justification that they are older than other ethnicities too, to justify separation. Essentially, like the delineation. Yeah, delineation. Woo-wee! I can pronounce this word. I've been reading this word for the past 3 years, but I've never said this word out loud. Delineation. Woo! I appreciate it, Trigger Happy. You finally got me to say this word out loud. Like the delineation of the foundational Black Americans, the only way that we achieve cultural unity is through ethnic fluidity. Absolutely. Man, we're all one. We're all one. And this stuff isn't new. This stuff was covered how many years ago? Even before Garvey. How many years ago? I think one of Garvey's mentors was Duce Muhammad. And if I do say so myself, man, if anybody's got any, Anthony, if you got any Duce that you run into the store real quick, man, pass me a bottle of that Duce, huh? But nonetheless, we already covered this. We covered these things were already covered. It's just really interesting on how quick we are to forget these things. Really sad. All right. Well, how about this, huh? You guys haven't joined the panel? It's okay. It's not a big deal, huh? I don't hold any animosity towards you guys, huh? Let's go ahead and let's get into Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Again, that was Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 asked, disrespectful or too late. I think it's a little bit of both. It's definitely disrespectful, but also, come on, we should have been nipped this in the butt. We should have said, hey, any use of our African tribes, our African spiritual systems, bro, it's not even happening. We will eliminate diplomatic ties just off of that. Sending a political message. I think that's the bare minimum that nations can do in nipping this thing in the butt. Such a sad and pathetic thing that we have to deal with. Stuff like this. An Asian country using an African name for their product. Pathetic. All right, let's go ahead and Getting to Shoot the Breeze at topic number 2. Again, if you're just tuning in, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Take your finger, right, away from the TV remote. Take it away. Or maybe you're listening to us on your phone. Who knows? I'm not in your business so much. Whatever you're doing with your fingers, that's your business. But here's my business. Take that finger and hit the like button. Just hit the like button. Come on. What's wrong with you, old man? Hit the like button. Let's go ahead and let's get and Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 2. We're talking about discipline, huh? We're talking about discipline. We ask, justified discipline or downright humiliation? Again, justified discipline or downright humiliation? Some of you guys in the chat, some of you guys that are watching and listening are parents. So we go to Instagram where we see a video and it begs us to ask the question, is this justified or is this downright humiliation? You know, one thing that I'm always impressed by is how much or how often just the ordinary citizen is able to get from cell phones. Like, how is it that you guys are always at the right place, the right time to catch cell phone footage of some things that I'm like, I don't see that on my everyday, huh? And also, when I'm watching a scene that I don't see every day, my first instinct isn't to pull out my cell phone. It's to assess the situation and be like, what's going on here? But you guys are pretty good. I give props to you guys. Don't take this for a bad thing. I'm just more impressed. Like, hey, all right, enough yapping here. We go to Instagram where, again, we have a cell phone footage and we ask the question, is this justified discipline or downright humiliation? Let's go to Instagram. Stand by.
As you can see, that video has the internet completely divided. So basically, it's a dad who doesn't want his daughters hanging around Bodega Avengers, and she doesn't listen. If you don't know what Bodega Avengers are, you're lucky. This is just a bunch of young YNs, basically. A bunch of sometimes older black dudes, but they're just a bunch of dudes who have no direction in life, who have no purpose. They sell retail drugs, not even wholesale. They're not the get money niggas. They do retail drug dealing, and they have a bunch of baby mamas. And those are the Bodega Avengers. And for some reason, a lot of women like to hang out with them. I don't know why, but dad told his daughter to stop hanging out. She wouldn't listen. So he pulled up on her and did some old school parenting. And that shit right now has the internet divided. At least the video is a little old, but it keeps resurfacing every few years. But right now it has come back up again and people are divided in the comments. So what do you think? What would you have done? And is the father right? As you can see, that video has the internet completely divided. So basically, it's a dad who doesn't want his daughters hanging around Bodega Avengers, and she doesn't listen. If you don't know what Bodega Avengers are, you're lucky. This is just a bunch of young YNs, basically. A bunch of sometimes older black dudes, but they're just a bunch of dudes who have no direction in life, who have no purpose. They sell retail drugs, not even wholesale. They're not the get money niggas. They do retail drug dealing, and they have a bunch of baby mamas. And those are the Bodega Avengers. And for some reason, a lot of women like to hang out with them. I don't know why, but dad told his daughter to stop hanging out. She wouldn't listen. So he pulled up on her and did some old school parenting. And that shit right now has the internet divided. At least the video is a little old, but it keeps resurfacing every few years. But right now it has come back up again and people are divided in the comments. So what do you think? What would you have done? And is the father right?
I'm only laughing because homie said, and they got a bunch of baby mamas. Oh, maybe the second, maybe like a shoot the breeze topic number 2 question. Part B should be, hey, is that the correct definition for a YN? I know that black people alike are divided among using the term YN, but man, if that's his definition of somebody having, like he said, a bunch of baby mamas, bro, I almost spit out my drink, man. So shout out to homie. I should be able to show you guys because I want to always give credit to the content creators. So I'm going to try to have his name somewhere. So if you guys want to follow him, he's a brother that deep dives on whatever's showing on the internet. In case you don't know, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine podcast. We are getting into our second topic. Yes, second. Number 2. Huh? If you could see my fingers, you'd know that I'm holding up 2 fingers. Let me put them down before my hands get tired. Brother Bakari says, play it again. I missed it. I got you, Brother Bakari. And remember, whoever you are, man, woman, short, tall, skinny, fat, as long as you're from a black walk of life, Hebrew Israelite, nation of Islam, you want to be on the panel tonight? Go ahead and click on the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. Yes, so there's a group chat tab wherever it is that you're watching this on. Your tablet, your phone. Go ahead and click on the group chat tab. Come through the StreamYard link. You can use any name. You can use Billy Bob if you want, huh? Somebody may or may not have used Billy Bob in the past. Go ahead. Just for Brother Bakari, he says, play it again. I missed it. I got you. I'll play it twice. We'll try to see if, and we'll see if anybody comes in the chat. Let's take a listen.
They do retail drug dealing, and they have a bunch of baby mamas. And those are the Bodega Avengers. And for some reason, a lot of women like to hang out with them. I don't know why, but dad told his daughter to stop hanging out. She wouldn't listen. So he pulled up on her and did some old school parenting. And that shit right now has the internet divided. At least the video, it's a little old, but it keeps resurfacing every few years. So, but right now it has come back up again and people are divided in the comments. So what do you think? What would you have done? And is the father right? As you can see, that video has the internet completely divided. So basically, it's a dad who doesn't want his daughters hanging around Bodega Avengers, and she doesn't listen. If you don't know what Bodega Avengers are, you're lucky. This is just a bunch of young YNs, basically. A bunch of sometimes older black dudes, but they're just a bunch of dudes who have no direction in life, who have no purpose. They sell retail drugs, not even wholesale. They're not the get money niggas. They do retail drug dealing, and they have a bunch of baby mamas. And those are the Bodega Avengers. And for some reason, a lot of women like to hang out with them. I don't know why, but dad told his daughter to stop hanging out. She wouldn't listen. So he pulled up on her and did some old school parenting. And that shit right now has the internet divided. At least the video, it's a little old, but it keeps resurfacing every few years. So, but right now it has come back up again and people are divided in the comments. So what do you think? What would you have done? And is the father right?
I'm still fried. Homie said a bunch of mamas. What? Real quick, you guys let me know in the chat. What is too many baby mamas? I'm not a parent, haven't been a parent, but I just want to know what is too many baby mamas? Is it more than 2? You guys let me know. I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine podcast, where we are part of KWAZ Radio. Yes. We also have a Discord. Go ahead and download that purple app, the purple application, DISD, like Domino's, ISCORD. and add the Bitter Medicine podcast. Come on, we got 99 members. You could be the 100th. Stop wasting time. Huh? In the chat, Trigger Happy Answers says more than 2 if I take, I guess, 2+. So more than 2 is a bunch of baby mamas, huh? And then, and I know we're getting further away from Shoot the Breeze topic number 2, but also something to think about. If somebody got married, more than once, are they looked at just as bad? Like if like a husband if he's on his 4th wife, right? Like literally 3 divorces, and then this is his now 4th marriage. Do we look at that the same as somebody who has 4 baby mamas? The baby mama. Let's not get too far away from Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Again, with that video that you guys had seen. Hopefully you guys can see homie's Instagram handle. He's a Nigerian. Hopefully you guys can see that. If you guys can, go ahead, man. Let him know that the Bitter Medicine podcast, KWAZ Radio, we pay attention to him. We like his stuff. We love his content. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 asks, justified discipline or downright humiliation? From the video we seen that we watched with him. That's on your screen. A father went to, he called it a bodega, but it looked like a gas station because I thought I saw gas station pumps. Hopefully memory serves me correct. I thought I saw gas station or gas pumps, and he takes out the belt and he literally puts belt to ass, huh? I've been waiting to use that phrase for a while, huh? Yeah. yeah. Let me know. Is this justified discipline or downright humiliation? Brother Bakari says, I don't want my daughter hanging around like that, but I won't do that in public. I would have told my daughter to come ride with me. Question, Brother Bakari. If your daughter, after you say, hey, yo, let's get out of here. And what if she says, you don't run me. You don't pay my bills. 16-year-old daughter. What if she said that? You don't run me. You don't tell me what to do. I'm going to stick on this corner with, let's give him a Kenyan name. I'm going to stick on this corner with Otieno. And Otieno going to do whatever he wants to me. And she sticks out her tongue. What would you do, Brother Bakari? You don't run me. I'm with Otieno. And if Yesai has it in his will, I'm going to have Otieno baby. Woo! I hope you guys are getting a kick out of that, huh? That's literally just off the top of my head, man. Let's do this. In the comments, Trigger Happy says, it's a complicated topic because it's argued that corporal punishment just doesn't work. This is interesting, Trigger Happy, right? We're talking about whooping, getting your butt whooped, getting that belt. There's evidence that the ancient Kemites and the ancient Kushites, so both the ancient South Sudanese and the ancient Egyptians, both dealt in corporal punishment. They gave a whooping to school children, especially. Teachers would often give whoopings to school children. Now, to what extent, I don't know. Memory doesn't serve me correct at this time, but there's evidence that does show that, hey, whether you went to the school in Waset, Luxor is what they call it in Greek, but Waset, or you Kandakar, is it Kandakar? Man, this is bad. My memory is not too good tonight. If he was misbehaving, and the teacher said didn't find it great with what you were doing. Hey, yo, come to the front of the class. Let's go ahead and let's put you on display. Trigger Happy also adds, but the father probably old school, and that's why child rearing is more of a collective responsibility as people do what they know. Trigger Happy also adds, me, I would just drag her to the car and have a long discussion. Don't do this publicly, even if all you know is corporal punishment. Again, Trigger Happy, the same question to you that I posed to Brother Bakari. What if she says to you, Trigger Happy, let's go ahead and let's give this homeboy said a YN at the bodega. So let's give this YN at the bodega a different African name. Let me Adesanya. I like the name Adesanya. Shout out to Israel. Adesanya, not the country. Yeah, Bubba Trigger, I'm not going with you nowhere. And get your hands off me. I'm going to be with Adesanya on this block whenever I feel like it, however long I feel like it, because you can't tell me what to do. And if, and God, and I don't know, well, I do. And if Ogun allows, I'm going to have Adesanya baby. And there ain't nothing you can, and she sticks her tongue out. What you going to do then? You going to still try to drag her to the car? Brother Bakari says, I think I would handle at home. The disrespect from our youth to elders is out of hand. But to answer the question, she's saying all that to me, I'll put her out.
You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it.
Brother Bakari would do this to her.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit,
I'm saying, get out of here. Get your ass out of here. Tragapi responds to my question. Tragapi says, I don't think a child is strong enough not to be dragged to the car. Hey. Woo! Hey, hold on. I need to check to see if my AC is working correctly because I'm getting hot. You gotta be funny, man. Brother Bakari says, "Yeah, get out of here, man. Hey, do me a favor, please. Let's hear that again. This is what Brother Bakari would tell his daughter if she gave him all that lip about having Otieno's baby.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here." Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
Trigger Happy says, I got to see the evidence on corporal punishment in Kush and Kemet because it's the first time I've heard of this. But I've got to look into that. Yeah. Trigger Happy is the Trigger you funny, man. Yeah, but I'll do my best. I think you're in the of course you're in the Discord, so tomorrow afternoon, I should have that evidence just for you, Trigger Happy, just for you. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. We ask again from this video that you're seeing right now. This father putting belt to ass on his daughter because she was hanging around. Again, I don't know if I see gas station pumps. This looks like a gas station. It doesn't look like a bodega. But then again, I don't live in the East Coast, so maybe I just don't know what a bodega looks like, but I think this is a gas station. Okay. Well, he called them bodega boys, but she's hanging around with boys that her father doesn't approve of. And she getting that, like Trigger Happy says, corporal punishment. How did Kendrick say it? Dot F him up. I'm going to do my stuff. Wop. I'm going to F him up. Wop. I'm going to do my stuff. Hey, I didn't know that songs could be this influential. But nonetheless, Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 has justified discipline or downright humiliation. This is interesting. If you want my take on this, we're going to spend some time here, huh? Until some of you guys, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. You guys come and join me here on this panel. If you want to know how to join me on this panel, go ahead and click on the StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. Come on. Oh, what are you waiting for, huh? You want to get your voice heard tonight? Come on, let's do it. Justified discipline is what we're saying, or downright humiliation. It's a little bit of both. This is a little bit of both. I know now this is 2 topics in a row that I've said, hey, it's both. But I'm serious. With this one, it is. Okay, so let's talk about the justified discipline. Because I think that's probably the more controversial take on this. It's justified discipline because I'm not 100% sure on what was exchanged before the cell phone started recording. I have no idea. So remember that those 2 skits that I gave Brother Bakari and Trigger Happy, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to have Adesanya's and Otieno's baby. And maybe she's going to have both babies. Maybe she told her father, I'm going to have Adesanya and Otieno's baby. Maybe after Otieno's baby pops out, I'm going to have Adesanya's baby pop out. And then nothing you can do about it. I'm not going anywhere with you. Who's to say that, like, yo, that wasn't spout? Now, you might be asking, well, Jacadero, does that warrant a public whooping? Does it warrant that? Listen, I do my best to not tell parents, since I'm not a parent, how to parent. I leave that to parents. I leave Christians to tell other Christians what to do. I leave lawyers to tell other lawyers what to do. And I leave parents to tell other parents what to do. So I'm not necessarily going to tell him how to react if that was the exchange before the camera was recording. I have no idea. Me personally, I have no idea what the conversation, if it was a conversation and not a yelling match, prior to it looks like a cell phone footage, started to record this beating. Woo! He was whooping her like the way Jody's best friend, I forgot his name, from Baby Boy, was whooping them kids in the park after they stole Jody's bike. Huh? You guys remember that? Jody went to the book. Matter of fact, hold on. I think Jody was at a corner store. I think he was either leaving. Yeah. He went into the corner store. He said, hey, watch my bike. And he came out and some kids are riding his bike. I think it was those bodega boys, corner store boys that homie is talking about. Imagine one of those. So let's talk about this. Justify discipline. Imagine those are the guys that your daughter is around, the Adesanya and the Otienos. And she's, giving you the biggest lip. Nah, I'm not going to do anything. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do whatever it is that I do. You don't run this. My role models are not you and mom. My role models are Sexy Red and NBA Youngboy. Bow, 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 bow. And I'm going to be bad. How that Tyler Perry movie said. I'm going to be as bad as what I want. What would you do? Fathers. I want fathers. Mothers also, you can add in on this. What would you do? In public, she's just giving you... You know, men, I try to explain this to women as much as I can, which is not often. Nothing against women, but, you know, I don't give speeches often. But, you know, I try to, once in a while, I try to explain to women that men have rage. One of the things that separates our two genders is men have rage, yo. Rage. Some of you guys that, had fathers in your life. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying some of you guys that had fathers in your life growing up, sometimes you look back and you're like, damn, no wonder I got a whooping. My dad was getting the hardest task at his job. And my mom possibly wasn't being the best. So yeah, if I come home with like office referral, I don't know what they call office referrals these days, but if like the school had to call him because I was fighting in school, yeah, I think I deserve that whooping. You look back on some of that. And maybe homie is fed up. Maybe homie's like, bro, you done push me to the edge. You done pushed me, man. I'm beyond irritated. I'm beyond irate. Come here. Let's say hi to this belt. Let's say hi to this belt in different languages. Hey belt, que lo que? Hola. Que pasó belt? Mambo VP belt. Habaragani belt. Namnagani. Nango, Amosi, Ibinade belt. Chamge belt. Chamge Kipsing. Kefin. So all of these things, bro, these can build on men. I just know men because I'm a man. These things can build on a man. Whatever is going on in his life, and then now your own seed is giving you lip and saying, nah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and stay with Otieno, not Adesanya. And if they want to do unspeakable things to me, there's nothing you can do about that. Hey! And I pay the mortgage the house that she lives in. It would take a lot, the strength of your side. to control me from not, like Trigger Happy says, dragging her in the car. But then you try to drag her in the car, and what if she's like, nah? But Trigger Happy says, there's a child that's not stronger than me. Trigger Happy says, yeah, it's like a lot of emotional buildup that manifests into belt action. Belt action is crazy. Jokes aside, serious. Men have rage, guys. Men have rage. This is one of the things that, gets us ready for war. Whenever men go to war, they have to have that rage. Hey! And now imagine your own seed is adding to the rage that is building up in you. Is it justified discipline? Yeah, I think it's a little bit justified because I have no idea what was said, what exchange happened. Who's to say that wasn't his third day seeing her at the corner store, at the gas station with Otieno and Adesanya? Who's to say? Well, 5th day, 6th day, 2nd week, 3rd month. What would you guys do? Fathers out here. 3rd month, you've been telling her month and month and month and month and month. Yo, I don't want to see you with Adesanya and Otieno. Those guys are stick-up kids. As a matter of fact, they tried to rob me, but I had the Glock. I had the glizzy on the hip. So when I flashed it, they said, oh, don't worry, OG. We got you. Adesanya and Otieno are no joke. But my glizzy had a big magazine. So I was ready to let it rip. And I got the switch on my glizzy. So he was going to hear. Nonetheless, maybe it was his 3rd month seeing her there, hanging out with Otieno and Adesanya. What do you do? What do you do in that situation? I know some of you are tuned in and is like, why is Jacadero going crazy? maybe rage transfers from social media into real life, because why do I feel worked up? Why am I so worked up? Why am I so worked up like I'm the father? Huh? But yeah, if it's your 3rd month, 90 days of you telling her, don't even think about it, and then you see her again. Chinekeo. Hey, you make my brain go scatter, or I don't know. Now, is it downright humiliation? Is the second part of this Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I want somebody to be on the defensive of this. Absolutely, this is downright humiliating. Absolutely. This is absolutely. This is downright humiliating. I'm just like trying to think, how is it not humiliating? I'm even trying to. I usually try to see things on both feet, and I'm trying to think, how is this not humiliating? This is humiliating. But also, it's like, hey, like, how did we even get here? How did we get here? You guys understand, punishments are not supposed to be rewards. Well, there's a nuance with reward. You can be rewarded for all the bad things that you did and then get the bad reward, right? But in this context, punishments are not supposed to be something enjoyable. Punishments, whether it's corporal punishment, financial punishment, whatever context of punishment that you have, they're not supposed to be great things. So this is humiliating. But the punishment in of itself is humiliating. So what are you supposed to do, though? Yeah. Anthony says, low blow, man. I don't know what he was referencing. Anthony, you talking about the lady's hair from the first video? I don't know. The Matron says, if talking didn't work to keep her away, talking is not going to make her stop. Bingo. You basically have 2 choices. Either put her out and cut her off. And then again, if you put her out, not to interrupt this statement, you put her out, she's likely to go and now, hey, Otieno, Adesanya, or one of those 2, whoever answers the phone first. My dad put me out, so now I need a place to stay. Or number 2, Matron says, beat her publicly, depending on the circumstances. So you with me? You're with me on this. This is, hey, again, if this is 90 days later and we're still doing this thing of, hey, you're going to that place, hanging out with those, they just tried to rob me last week, but I had that thing on my hip. That thing that makes men run like it's the Olympics. I was toting that thing, huh? My glizzy is not shy. I was, I had it on me. I had it on me. That's the only reason I didn't get robbed at the gas station that I've been going to since I don't know how long. Matron also adds, this was justified. Ooh! I like it. You get your behind beat where you did your dirt. Hey, let's go. This is how the matron would have treated her, huh?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Why are you running? Oh, yeah. Honest to God, is this justified discipline or is this downright humiliation? It's both. It legitimately is both. But you, just like the matron said again, huh? You seeing this? If talking didn't work to keep her away, talking is not going to make her stop. Remember, you tried to talk to her and she said, what? Nah, Otieno and Adesanya, they do unspeakable things to me and I love it. I love it. I cannot describe to you, Papa, how much I enjoy those things. And then when they rob people, we use that money to go and get a motel. I mean, yeah, I don't want to, paint more pictures, but nonetheless, talking isn't going to make her stop. So you basically have two choices, the matron says. Put her out and cut her off, or two, beat her publicly. It kind of reminds me of a song. If you're gonna beat her like that, huh? Because man, they was putting real belt to ass, like for real, like they was putting real belt, like man, like hey, they was hey, they was putting real belt to ass. Like that's it was putting. I'm just like, when I watched that video, I'm like, dang. They pretty much told her, like, man, like, if you think you something, you ain't seen nothing yet. And homeboy really took out that belt and did justice. It reminds me of a song, kind of like this.
And yo, check this out. Supreme making me a big cat, rocking with Little John.
Yeah, come on. My God. Ish. All right. Well, yeah, let me know. If you're watching, you're listening. You let me know. Is this justified discipline or was this downright humiliation? Anthony in the chat says, my dad whooped my ass like that in public. Did he really? You want to talk about that? Do you think you still have PTSD whenever you go to the store and you see belts? Do you still have PTSD? I like, it's just really interesting. I'm not too far removed from my childhood. Not too far. And there's sometimes where I lay on my stomach and sometimes I'm like, is my dad around the corner? And I'm like, is he around? Because every time I lay on my stomach, I'm like, is my dad around? Is my dad around the corner? Because I don't think I'm ready. It kind of gives me flashbacks, especially when I hear, if I lay on my stomach and then I have the image of my dad, a song like this plays. Hey, Anthony says, nah, I was a bad kid, but I don't wear belts anymore. Hey, I love you guys, man. You guys are awesome. Once again, if you're just tuning in, you're probably like, what is going on? This is pretty crazy. We keep it crazy here at KWAZ Radio. I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Better Medicine Podcast. What's up? What's good? We're talking about a range of topics. Our most recent topic asked, you're probably seeing it on your screen. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 was justified discipline or downright humiliation. A father took it upon his own hands, literally, to publicly discipline his daughter at a gas station. Or like the gentleman that you see in the screen saying, hanging out with those bodega YNs who have a bunch of baby mamas. Hey! All right, how about this, man? Let's go ahead. Let's move on. Let's get to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Imagine we're almost at number 3, and it's just me, guys. So you guys must love me talking, huh? You guys must love to just hear me talk. How about this, huh? If that's okay with you guys, then yeah, why not, huh? Let's go ahead through all 5 topics just to have me talk, huh? Let's get into it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. We talk about geopolitics, specifically with the U.S. territory. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 asks, can the United States, the U.S., do something or too expensive? Again, Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 on Shoot the Breeze episode 253. I'm Jacadero. Hit the like button if you have not already. If you want to be a part of tonight's conversation, there is a StreamYard link pinned to the top of the chat. Go ahead and click on that. Come on, you're more than invited. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 asks, can the United States do something or it's too expensive? To give you guys some background, we go to YouTube for this video. It talks about a United States territory. For those that are not familiar, Puerto Rico, que lo que? Soy africano, pero ya tú sabes. Puerto Rico is a United States territory, but oftentimes they feel like they're neglected. They're ignored. The current U.S. administration has political supporters that once called at a Trump rally, called Puerto Rico a floating piece of garbage in the Atlantic Caribbean Sea. So, since this administration has started, it hasn't been the best for Puerto Rico. Again, this is not the first time this administration has been in office. This is the second term. But during the first term, a hurricane, I believe, is what touched down the island of Puerto Rico. And there needed to be aid relief, whether that was food supplies, medical supplies, and anything alike. And the administration that is the current administration now, under the current president, stated that Puerto Rico takes way too much of the United States mainland's money, Washington, D.C.'s money. So let's go ahead and look at what's going on exactly. Again, Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 asks, can the United States do something or is it too expensive? We go to YouTube. Let's check it out.
This morning, the worsening water crisis in Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rican government now forcing communities across the U.S. territory to ration water amid a crippling drought. In San Juan and other cities, hundreds of thousands of residents having their water supply cut off 48 hours at a time. These tankers being used by the government to deliver much-needed water throughout the territory. We asked Sonia Maldonado Renta how many times a day she fills these plastic bottles. Morning, noon, and afternoon, all the time. This is unbelievable. We're in a developing country. July was the driest month ever recorded in San Juan in more than 120 years. Roughly 68% of Puerto Rico is now experiencing extreme drought, and there is little relief in sight. The Carraizo Reservoir, the primary drinking source for the city of San Juan, looking depleted. The Puerto Rican National Guard has been working since June to alleviate conditions, distributing over 500,000 gallons of water to residents already. The crisis complicated by decades of decaying infrastructure and a history of natural disasters, including Hurricane Maria in 2017, a storm which killed nearly 3,000 people and devastated the power grid. In 2025, an island-wide power outage. Now, this drought, combined with extreme heat, and fire dangers.
Several people have told us that they have gone without running water longer than the planned 48-hour period. There is so much frustration here on the island that is once again testing Puerto Ricans' resilience.
This morning.
Once again, I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast, part of KWAZ Radio. What's up? We are getting into diving in our topics for the night. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 asks, can the United States do something or too expensive? This takes us to the video clip that we had seen. The U.S. territory, yes, the United States territory, Caribbean island named Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is going through a water crisis, so much so that they are having to ration water, meaning that they have to how can I explain this? Maybe Trigger Happy can explain rationing better than I can, but how this works is that starting this month, and it has already started, yes, this has already started, neighborhoods in the capital of Puerto Rico and all throughout the island will go 2 days with water. That means running water, drinking water, and then 2 days without water. And it will continue like that until further notice. Reports state that this could last several weeks, maybe even months into December of this year. Yes, what you heard is correct. 48 hours with water, 48 hours without water. That means water for washing your dishes, washing your clothes, taking a shower, taking a bath. You'll just need to do whatever you can to conserve. But also what you heard in that news report is that they're facing a drought, one of the largest and most crucial drought in recent years, meaning that it hasn't rained a lot. So how did we get here? Well, according to research, Puerto Rico had their water systems used with reservoirs. So water reservoirs are tanks that would collect rainwater. Well, when Hurricane Maria, as you guys heard, happened in 2017, it damaged the water tanks. It also brought the water tanks that were collecting rainwater for the entire island deeper into the soil. So now the water is diluted with soil as well as is damaged. The money hasn't been there. Washington, D.C., who oversees the governor of Puerto Rico, stated many times that they are not looking at funding Puerto Rico's water systems or maybe even creating something new. So we have this. This is a recipe for disaster, to say the least. Trigger Happy says in the chat, such interesting parallels with Cuba. Insane. This is insane. And this is a U.S. territory. At least with Cuba, it's an independent nation. You know, the United States annexed Puerto Rico. So why wouldn't you take care of a land? But, you know, this is what happens when you want your resources. For those that are asking themselves, how is Puerto Rico having a water crisis when they're in an island? They're in the West Indies, the Caribbean Sea. Well, what the word that you're looking for is desalination. Again, desalination. It's taking salt water, which is that ocean water, and making it into clean water that you can drink and work with. Washing dishes, washing your clothes. Katha wakatha. But a desalination plant needs to be turned over from the current water plants that they have right now. Again, those water plants were damaged and they're outdated and they have not been maintained since their first construction that happened, I'm not 100% sure, over 60 years ago. Let's just say, to be sure. A desalination plant revival will take, according to reports and statistics, billions. That's a multi-billion-dollar project that Washington, D.C., who oversees Puerto Rico's government, is not ready to commit to. Trigger Happy says in the chat, this tells you that America uses neglect or resource isolation for control. Bingo. Whether they have that territory or want to acquire that territory as well. Insane. What's your guys' thoughts about this? Huh? Could you guys go 2 days with water, 2 days without water? You guys in the country might be better off, but those that live in cities like myself, this might be pretty tricky. You guys heard that lady. She says that She was literally buying water jugs daily. Daily. She reminds me of the Flint, Michigan crisis. Does anybody know if that was ever taken care of? And then wasn't there a gentleman that created I can't remember. Was it a water tank where he created water out of oxygen? You guys let me know. You guys know better than I do, but what a situation. What's your guys' thoughts? You guys, again, the Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 asks, can the United States do something or is it too expensive? Should the United States do anything? Again, I want all black walks of life in either the chat or on the panel. And maybe you feel like the United States shouldn't be doing anything about it. It's too expensive. Again, I did say that a desalination plant, which would take the ocean water and make it into drinkable and water that you can bathe and wash your clothes in, that'd take $1 billion plus US dollars. So why should that be in the US's US interests? Maybe you're foundational Black American. Maybe you feel like if they do this, why shouldn't the United States be giving reparations? Again, this is not necessarily meant to be a reparations talk, but maybe you're against the United States funding a water system revival for the island territory of Puerto Rico. Let me know. Tragapi says, I think that crisis is still ongoing. The Flint, Michigan crisis. Really? Hey. I know that NBA, I guess you could call him a star. NBA star Draymond Green is from Flint, Michigan. And it's oftentimes that somebody that is just a civilian that makes it big in whatever arena, they now have to be called responsible for taking care of what, should have been allocated by the government to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if Draymond Green from Flint. Did you guys know that also Terry Crews, yes, the guy who played Julius in Everybody Hates Chris, he's also from Flint, Michigan. I wouldn't be surprised if those two were called to do something about the lead pipes that needed to be fixed, or needed to be replaced in Flint, Michigan. It's really interesting. But again, back to this. Is the United States neglecting? Let's get into my thoughts about this. It's in the U.S. It's in their best. I feel like it's in their best interest. One, because you claim them as a territory. Now, we all know the United States, huh? Resource extraction, as well as just world domination. So it's like, hey, why not? Another island? Yeah, we'll take that. We'll just take it, even if there's not minerals or any other things. Maybe this is, Puerto Rico is a great military base. It's a place where you could position military and say, hey, any of these South American countries get out of line, we gotcha. Instead of having to fly from wherever in the United States, we can just go ahead and fly from Puerto Rico. Huh? It's a shorter flight. We use less fuel. So it's strategic. That's a strategic place. But nonetheless, it's like, hey, if Puerto Rico falls, you do know that, it can create a power vacuum, like what we're seeing in Haiti, where people who usually are up to no good. Remember those two gentlemen that I was talking about in the last video, Otieno and Adesanya? Puerto Rican Otieno and Adesanya. Now the things that they're doing at the corner stores, there's no accountability. If Puerto Rico falls, because again, this can bring protests. People can rise just from this. These are the things that create the will in people to say, yeah, I'm just going to go in the streets and we're going to protest now. And protests sometimes, a lot of times, especially in Africa, they can lead to rebellions. We're talking about militias. Now people are creating militias and saying, hey, we're taking arms against the government because you guys have bad governance. My grievance is you guys aren't taking care of the things that you guys said that you guys are going to do. My safety is at risk. My livelihood is in question day by day. So me and my friends, we formed a militia against the government, against this local government. And now you, as the governor of Puerto Rico, you could possibly be overthrown. If this continues into next year, this is insane. How do you expect people to live like this? How do you expect people to live like this? Again, I'm just trying to be objective here. From the governor of Puerto Rico, I'm doing everything in my power to try to find a solution for this. Again, 2 days with water, 2 days without water. And this is going to continue until when? Possibly December of this year? Yeah. Otieno and Adesanya? Yes, I think they might be making frequent tax collections. We're going to call it tax collections at the bodegas that they're standing in front of frequently. It used to be once a month that they used to do that. We're going to change that to every 3 days now. Yes. And what are you going to do about it? Because also in a situation like this, also the military can say, yeah, we're going to side with the civilians. Or they can also say, hey, we're not getting paid high enough for us to detain the common civilian that is practicing their constitutional right to protest. So what are you going to do? The governor has this might be an elaborate plan for the current U.S. administration in Washington, D.C. to get rid of the governor. Now that I think about it, Trigger Happy, you let me know. Could this be a whole elaborate scheme? Now, again, Hurricane Maria, I mean, that's, a disaster, right? That's an earthly disaster that had these water tank reservoirs seeping deeper into the soil. But also, I mean, it's like, hey, the United States, Washington, D.C., they had to have known that the water pipes and the water system needed to be updated in Puerto Rico. And then they said, okay, hey, when something comes along and happens, whether it's an earthquake or a hurricane, it's going to make the water system worse. And eventually people are going to become frustrated because there's going to be a thing that they're not going to be able to correct. They're not going to be able to put a Band-Aid over a bullet wound that's going to hit. Could this be an elaborate scheme? Now that I think about it, maybe Trump is sick of the governor of Puerto Rico. Let's go ahead and let's look him up, huh? Trigger, you let me know. Is this you think this is an elaborate scheme to get rid of the governor of Puerto Rico and say, hey, your citizens are upset with you. They're not upset with me. They're upset with you. Let's take a look. Puerto Rican governor. I thought it was a man, but it's the official governor of Puerto Rico is Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, who took office back in January of 2025. Tragapi says, that's if they have a better puppet they are ready to replace her with that they have there now. It's always about their aim. Maybe. Because how did you kidnap Nicolas Maduro and say, hey, we're going to leave your country like the way it is? Or it's, hey, we trust who's next in line because we've been training. This is not about Venezuela per se, but it is something interesting. Was this a whole elaborate scheme? I'm not convinced. But also, I do question it. This is really interesting. Culture education check said, what's going on, culture education? What's up? Says, most deaf or Yassine Bey's rhyme still holds true. F a bank, I need a 20-year water tank. Come on with it. Come on with it. Look at that. F a bank, I need a 20-year water tank. He said that, huh? Wonder what song is that? Culture education. Once again, if you want to join in on the conversation, sounds like you guys really enjoy listening to me, huh? Please feel free to go ahead and click on that StreamYard link pinned to the top to the top, to the top, to the top, top of the chat. You let me know. Let me know. Am I wrong? And then, so that was the side of, is this the United States' responsibility? Again, Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 asks the question, can the U.S. do something, or is it too expensive? About the Puerto Rican water crisis. Again, if you're just tuning in, Puerto Rico is going through a water crisis where, because of so many different things that are happening, a drought, water tanks that were damaged and not taken care of, replaced, or maintenanced, especially after Hurricane Maria back in 2017, Puerto Rico has to have water rationing, where they can only use water. Citizens in Puerto Rico can only use water for 48 hours, and then they'll not have water in their home for 48 hours, and then they'll have water again. Can the U.S. do something about this? Hey! I don't. If this lasts until December, I'm not 100% sure on how the citizens don't just decide to just say, all right, we're going to go out into the street and protest. And let's go ahead and make sure that we create militias, because clearly nobody's in control anymore. We're tired. They say that, when people start getting really, really hungry, and you can take hunger and use that as a metaphor for so many different things. The hungriest soldier is potentially a traitor. I think this is it's an African proverb, I believe. But yeah, a hungry soldier is potentially a traitor. When you got people that are like, hey, yo, I haven't taken a shower in 2 days. I haven't washed my clothes in a week. I'm not doing anything for you anymore. Culture Education says New World Water. I like puns. I enjoy puns. I enjoy puns a lot. Let me know what your guys' thoughts. It's something very interesting. How about this? Let's get into our 4th topic here on Shoot the Breeze, episode 253. I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku on the Bitter Medicine podcast. And we're moving along, huh? We're moving along. Oh, Culture Education says that's the name of the song. Really? New World Water. I'll have to check it out. That's the name I cannot forget. New World Water. Speaking of beverages and food, huh? Water, you guys get it? Let's go ahead and let's get into Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. And it deals with that. Food, water, and everything outside and in between. Maybe even a dessert, huh? Some of you guys enjoy using your free time doing lots of things. Riding a bike, writing a poem, learning a new language, playing chess, huh? Or maybe even creating a new vaccine, huh? And why not? Why not, huh? Culture Education says, check it out. I will. Also, how about this, Culture Education? How about you check this out, huh? How about you got something for me to check out? How about you check this out? Let's go ahead and check out Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. It asks, are black restaurants too expensive? Hey, let's get into it. Let's go. Yes, we're asking Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Are black restaurants too expensive? Guys, you've probably been wondering, hey, even with this current administration in the United States, yeah, sure, life is expensive, but are black restaurants, regardless of the administration, are they too expensive? This is a question that has been puzzling some of us. And this week, it has reached. Guys, just know that, how can I explain this? This week, I've seen more and more social media, what do you guys call it? Social media, what is it called when somebody, just social media rants, social media deep dives about black restaurants, whether African, black American. I know, Anthony, I know you don't like the word black American, but just for context sake. soul food restaurants. Let's just say soul food restaurants. African restaurants, whether Ethiopian, Nigerian, Somali, Kenyan. We always ask, and also let me not leave out the Caribbean restaurants, Trini restaurants, Jamaican restaurants, Haitian restaurants. Are they too expensive? Are they too expensive, Omera? What's not happening? So not only do we have one, we have two videos. Yes, I have two videos for you guys. First one, we go to Instagram, where a Cameroonian man presents the question to us: are black restaurants too expensive? And this, in his case, he's talking about African restaurants. And then our second video, yes, we got a second video. It takes us to TikTok, where an African American, black American, asked the same thing about soul food restaurants. Believe it or not. Yes. So go ahead and sit tight. These two videos are going to take some time, but nonetheless, they present the matter to you. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Are black restaurants too expensive? I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Better Medicine podcast. Let's go ahead and go to Instagram for our first video and deep dive about black restaurants and the expense. And are you paying for it? Huh? Let's take a listen.
Food in the US is so expensive. That's the reason you don't see too many. African food in the US is so expensive. That's the reason you don't see too many Americans in African restaurants. But when you go to Asian or Chinese restaurants, you see Americans lined up like beads on a string. Africans, we don't have gold in our food. Jollof rice is basically rice, tomatoes, and oil, and small ingredients. That's it. All of these things were bought in the US for no money. But the way you guys skyrocket the prices, I'm not talking about high-end or upscale restaurants. If I go to Continent DC, I know that's an upscale restaurant because they serve you food, they serve you, they even put water in your cup. But some of you African, you sell a bottle of water for $2, $1.50 for a small bottle of water. Look at food for $29. If you go to American soul food restaurant with $29, you know what you're going to buy? Have you seen their platters? If you go to Asian restaurant, Saku, Japan, if you buy food for $15, you won't be able to finish it. If you go to Chinese restaurants with $13, if American restaurants, their prices are usually 15, 17, 18, 19, 20. Africans, I wanted to eat roasted tilapia. They said it's $45 with no plantains, with plantain $50. $50 for roasted tilapia. That tilapia is $5. I'm not exaggerating. That tilapia is $5 at the grocery store. But they are selling it for $50. Africans, we have to, I understand all of us are coming to look. Some of you even sell hot sauce. The American restaurant will give you free hot sauce. In some cases, they even give you free water. Chill. That's the reason why Americans don't patronize us all the time. Because our food is so expensive. When they go to Chick-fil-A, when they go to Popeyes, Chipotle, they don't spend more than $15 there. And they eat well. We don't have gold in our food. You guys should chill. Chill. If you see the way Americans serve their chicken and their turkey, wow. If you go to African restaurant, pinch, stingy with portion, only price. Please chill. African food in the US is so expensive. That's the reason you don't see too many Americans in African restaurants. But when you go to Asian or Chinese restaurants, you see Americans lined up like beads on a string. Africans, we don't have gold in our food. Jollof rice is basically rice, tomatoes, and oil, and small ingredients. That's it. All of these things were bought in the US for no money. But the way you guys skyrocket the prices, I'm not talking about high-end or upscale restaurants. If I go to Continent DC, I know that's an upscale restaurant because they serve you food, they serve you, they even put water in your cup. But some of you African, you sell a bottle of water for $2, $1.50 for a small bottle of water. Look at food for $29. If you go to American soul food restaurant with $29, you know what you're going to buy? Have you seen their platters? If you go to Asian restaurant, Saku, Japan, if you buy food for $15, you won't be able to finish it. If you go to Chinese restaurants with $13, if American restaurants, their prices are usually 15, 17, 18, 19, 20. Africans, I wanted to eat roasted tilapia. They said it's $45 with no plantains. With plantain, $50. $50 for roasted tilapia. That tilapia is $5. I'm not exaggerating. That tilapia is $5 at the grocery store. But they are selling it for $50. Africans, we have to, and understand all of us are coming to look. Some of you even sell hot sauce. The American restaurant will give you free hot sauce. In some cases, they even give you free water. Chill. That's the reason why Americans don't patronize us all the time. Because our food is so expensive. When they go to Chick-fil-A, when they go to Popeyes, Chipotle, they don't spend more than $15 there. And they eat well. We don't have gold in our food. You guys should chill. Chill. If you see the way Americans serve their chicken and their turkey, wah, wah, wah. If you go to African restaurant, pinch, stingy with portion, only price. Please chill. African food in the US.
Yeah, homie said, wah, man. And he used the hell out of that paper towel. That's how I know homie has money. Because that was a lot of paper towel just to wipe your mouth, man. I am Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine podcast. Hit the like button. Take your finger, move the mouse, or if you have touch screen, hit the like button. Just hit the thumbs up. Okay. All right. Good. That's yeah. Don't be stingy like some African restaurants, huh? You like that? Yes. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 asks, are black restaurants too expensive? That first video that's one of two. We have a second video for you. We go to TikTok where African American, Black American. Yes, Anthony, I understand. I get it. Just for context, Anthony, come on, rock with me. He asked the question about soul food restaurants. If you're in the United States, you're pretty familiar. Soul food restaurants are in the name. It's soul food, huh? And let's go ahead and hear what this individual has to say as well. If I can get this, stand by, guys. I'm trying to think. How do I do this? This video is brought to us from TikTok, so give me a moment, guys. I might share my entire screen. I'm going to share my entire screen. How about that? All right. Let's can I do that? You guys let me know if you guys can. I can't even do that. Stand by, guys. Okay. Stand by, guys. Okay, in the chat, let's go to the chat while I try to figure this out on how we can go to tip. You know what? I might be able to do it a different way. All right. In the chat, Culture says, let's start from the beginning. Afro-Colombian restaurant in Houston was kind of expensive for real. There's an Afro-Colombian restaurant in Houston? You let me know. You let me know. I did not know that. Afro-Colombian, you say, huh? All right. And Culture also adds, depends on the area too. Like Jamaican restaurants in the DMV are more expensive than South Florida. Ethiopian restaurants in the DMV have a decent price. I've actually not heard anybody complain about the pricing in the DMV as far as African or Ethiopian restaurants. So that's good that I'm getting confirmation from somebody that has visited. So you've been to the DMV and you've been to Houston? Culture, you got some money, huh? Bro, stop being greedy. Let me get $1. Let me get $1. What's wrong with you, man? Huh? Stop being greedy, man. We need money here. I need to afford my African restaurants. Brother Bakari says, he ain't lying about the price. That's why I stopped going to a couple of them. Sheesh. I used to go to one African restaurant, $20 just for jollof rice. The rice with suya was about $35. Hey, yo, for real? They're going to have to do me a favor. Huh? Brother Bakari, that restaurant is going to have to do me a favor.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
And Culture says, yes, there Afro-Colombian restaurant in Houston. They from the Pacific Coast. Culture, where exactly is this restaurant? I'm familiar with Greens Point. I know. North Houston. I know. I'm also familiar with South Gessner. Where exactly was that restaurant at? And if you want to provide us the name, I mean, they're Afro-Colombian, even though they might be expensive. I'd like to know. That sounds bomb. I don't think I've ever had Colombian food regardless. So the fact that there's an Afro-Colombian restaurant kind of makes me upset. What am I doing with my life? Like what exactly is going on? Why don't I have this in my life? What's going on, huh? All right. I think I figured it out, guys. Let's go ahead and go to TikTok. If I can get back to the screen. Yes. Let's go to TikTok. Okay, yes. Let's go to TikTok, where a Black American, African American brother is talking about soul food restaurants and their pricing. Huh? Again, this is a conversation that has sprung up this week, literally inspired by the first gentleman that you guys had seen on your screen. This is the second gentleman, huh? Yes, we got this working. Let's take a listen.
We do not hate African restaurants. We just want you guys to remember that you are pricing your way out of the market. Instead of asking them, how much should I charge them? Ask yourself, how much should I charge this client so they can come back 3 times, 4 times, or even 5 times in a week? Instead of charging $14 for a plate of rice with 2 chicken drumsticks, you charge $30. And the customer comes once in 3 months.
And I have this same problem with Black-owned restaurants. Just about any soul food spot I've ever been to. There is no way you should be charging $20, sometimes even $30 for 3 whole chicken wings, a side, and some cornbread. There are places charging $20 to $30 for some catfish. And don't let me talk about the sides alone, $6, $7, $8 for just a side. And let me break this down for you. Sam's got 40 pounds of chicken wings for $109. That is no less than 160 wings per case. And that is on the low end. That means you're not paying more than 70 cents a wing. I go to some places now, 3 whole chicken wings, a side, and some cornbread, $20, $30. It costs you $2 for those 3 whole chicken wings and probably another $2 to make the side. Y'all using the dollar seasonings at Walmart to season everything, so maybe another $1 to season everything on the plate. It costs you $5 to make that plate, and I'm overestimating all these prices. You double that and sell it for $10, $11, $12, $13, maybe even $14, $15. You not only covered the cost for the ingredients, but you also made $5 to $10 worth of profit. Let's just say you sell this plate for $12 and I come to your restaurant twice a week for lunch, because that's a reasonable amount of money to spend on lunch. That's $96 for the month, cost you $40 for the ingredients, so you profited $56 off just me alone for the month. But the problem is you selling this plate $25, $30. I might go to your restaurant once a month, if not once every 2 months. So for the month, you might profit $20 from me, might, versus that same profit guaranteed in a week if you just lower your prices. I had a guy that sold barbecue. He used to get a half rack of ribs, 2 sides, and a drink, $14. And he was filling those plates. I mean, you was probably getting 75% of the rib by the time he finished everything. Me and my homie used to go to this guy no less than twice a week, and it probably cost him $7 to make a plate. This guy was profiting $56 a week just off me and my homie alone. So before y'all sit here and tell me it doesn't work, it will, and it absolutely works. But y'all let me know what y'all think. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.
We do not hate African restaurants. We just want you guys to remember that you are pricing your way out of the market. Instead of asking them, how much should I charge them? Ask yourself, how much should I charge this client so they can come back 3 times, 4 times, or even 5 times in a week? Instead of charging $14 for a plate of rice with 2 chicken drumsticks, you charge $30. And the customer comes once in 3 months.
And I have this same problem with Black-owned restaurants. Just about any soul food spot I've ever been to. There is no way you should be charging $20, sometimes even $30 for 3 whole chicken wings, a side, and some cornbread. There are places charging $20 to $30 for some catfish. And don't let me talk about the sides alone, $6, $7, $8 for just a side. And let me break this down for you. Sam's got 40 pounds of chicken wings for $109. That is no less than 160 wings per case. taste, and that is on the low end. That means you're not paying more than 70 cents a wing. I go to some places now, 3 whole chicken wings, a side, and some cornbread, $20-$30. It costs you $2 for those 3 whole chicken wings, and probably another $2 to make the side. Y'all using the dollar seasonings at Walmart to season everything, so maybe another $1 to season everything on the plate. It costs you $5 to make that plate, and I'm overestimating all these prices. You double that and sell it for $10, $11, $12, $13, maybe even $14, $15. You not only covered the cost for the ingredients, but you also made $5 to $10 worth of profit. Let's just say you sell this plate for $12 and I come to your restaurant twice a week for lunch, because that's a reasonable amount of money to spend on lunch. That's $96 for the month, cost you $40 for the ingredients, so you profited $56 off just me alone for the month. But the problem is you selling this plate $25, $30. I might go to your restaurant once a month, if not once every 2 months. So for the month, you might profit $20 from me, might, versus that same profit guaranteed in a week if you just lower your prices. I had a guy that sold barbecue. He used to get a half rack of ribs, 2 sides, and a drink, $14. And he was filling those plates. I mean, you was probably getting 75% of the rib by the time he finished everything. Me and my homie used to go to this guy no less than twice a week, and it probably cost him $7 to make a plate. This guy was profiting $56 a week just off me and my homie alone. So before y'all sit here and tell me it doesn't work, it will, and it absolutely works. But y'all let me know what y'all think. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.
We do not hate African restaurants.
Man, hey, I said it. I said we had 2 videos. I didn't understand on how heavy they would be. I mean, it's one thing to watch them on your phone. It's another thing hear from a speaker and then also just catch the magnitude of the conversation. I'm out of breath just because I was trying to figure out on how I can eat while that was going on, but nonetheless, I wasn't able to eat. It's okay. It's all right. We asked the question on Shoot the Breeze topic number 4, are black restaurants too expensive? What you had was 2 videos, one from Instagram, one from TikTok, an African content creator and an African-American content creator talking about African restaurants, soul food restaurants, and Jamaican and Caribbean restaurants. And does the price match exactly on what you're getting as far as a plate, service, and just overall quality? I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 253 on the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Hit the like button in case you have not already. Again, we asked the question, are black restaurants too expensive? You heard it, from both of those content creators. Let's go ahead and get into the comments, because before we get into our panel, yes, we finally have a panelist. Finally. I was wondering, like, hey, what's going on? Do you guys don't want to mess with me today, huh? It's okay. Brother Bakari says, we don't know how to charge. In a lot of places, we are way too expensive. I still support because we're black. I tell them about their prices personally. I never try to embarrass them. Do you feel that? Well, maybe you can elaborate more on that. Tragappy says, that meme and soundbite will never be funny. Which meme was that? I'm not sure. You let me know, Trigger. Brother Bakari says Jamaican restaurants oxtail with rice and peas is about $35 to $40. You ain't lying. Brother Bakari, there's a Caribbean restaurant here in Omaha. Oxtail, jerk, goat curry, easily $28. Easily. And the fact that saltfish and ackee is like a $21 plate, I'm like, there's no way, because it's not even a lot of saltfish. You know, the best thing that's out of that plate is usually, for me at least, is the saltfish. Bakari, just like what you're saying, it doesn't even make any sense to me. Yeah. Brother Bakari also adds a lot of soul food restaurants are really expensive too. Adds sometimes we are put in a bad position for high prices. Imagine, just like this Cameroonian brother right on the screen right now. He says, you can get us to come more frequently if the prices really reflected what's going on. Culture Education says, bro, Bakari, yeah, oxtail are too expensive. Culture also adds, there was some good vegan Ghanaian food. There's vegan Ghanaian food? That's awesome. At the Black Vegan or Vegetarian Fest in Brooklyn. It was worth the price. And then Triggappy said it will forever be funny. I'm sorry, Trigger. Maybe because I was probably when I was trying to see if I could sneak some food in because this whole prompt was getting me hungry. Nonetheless, we got a panelist, guys. Huh? We got a panelist. Let's go ahead and welcome Shoot the Breeze episode 253, Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, welcome. How are you tonight?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, my guy.
Okay, what I want to say first, peace to you, my brother. Peace to the chat. You're doing an excellent job.
Peace.
Been in and out, so I wanted to speak on this, and I decided to stay in a little longer. They're correct about the prices. When I said we're put in a bad position for pricing, there's things that we don't know. Even when the guy was breaking down, he said you can go to Sam Club and get this bag and you're paying like 70 cents a wing. So what do you think if somebody pays 70 cents a wing, they're going to sell it for $1 to make a 30-cent profit? You won't stay in business, right? So if they pay 70 cents a wing, they're going to sell that wing. They're going to sell that wing for $1.50. That's just a fact. $1.50 to $2 because they want to make some money, right? Might sell it for $2.50. But anyway, when I say they're put in a bad position, I used to deliver drive. I worked at this company called Soulful Foods. And what we have to understand, I'm telling you, I never delivered to a black restaurant that had an account. Each one we ever delivered to, they had to pay cash right then and there. It was always COD. When you deliver to the white-owned businesses, they have accounts $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. I even seen some with $100,000. So they have time to pay on their account. So when we're coming out of our pocket to pay for everything up front, it's a difference. It's completely different when you're running a business. This is why I said I would never get on and try to embarrass anyone for their pricing. I would talk to them about it, but I have an understanding because I've been involved in the industry. When you can go and these people are getting, okay, I'm gonna name a restaurant we used to deliver to. There was a Nancy's Pizza. Like it was like 5 or 6 of them here. Like 3 of them was black owned. The other ones were not. All of the black-owned Nancy Pizza was COD. I know because when I deliver, we could pick up the check. The other one would not. So that have something to do with the pricing as well, because they are trying to recover their money right then and there to keep the business going. When he's saying, oh, they made $56 off me for the week. But what about the people they have working there? You understand? So for me, I don't ever hear this same smoke from black folk when it comes to other restaurants that they frequent and spend their money. Now, rice, there's no need for no Joe Life rice. A plate of Joe Life rice to be $20 plus, just rice. That's insane. That's insane. But even with, like when I mentioned the price of the oxtails, go look at the price of the oxtails in the store. Now, if you're having to go to the store and buy them, and you are paying everything cash out of your pocket as soon as you get it, lots of the time, you can't afford to lower your prices because you want to recoup your money now. So you want to be able to buy more of the stuff that you're selling that's doing good. So can we say sometimes our prices are too high? Yes. Like I had one guy, he had a restaurant. I asked him, like, dude, I used to frequent, like, dude, why are you constantly going up? My food good, man. Just because your food good, that don't mean, you should be doubling your price for no reason just because it's good. Then 3 years later, you out of business. Well, I raised my price because I want a certain type of clientele. Well, I want everybody money. So, like I said, we don't know how to price. We don't check the market in its business. And if you ever owned a business, and you've been in type the service industry in any way, shape, or form, you have to check the pricing of what people like. I owned a pressure washing company, pretty good pressure washing company. But what I did was I checked prices from other pressure washing companies. I checked the prices of my competition before I just go and say, you know what, I'm doing this. This is what I feel is worth. So what I did was I said, this is how much chemical I'm going to use to clean this house. This is how long it's going to take me to clean this house. So if I go in and I say, and I charge someone, let's say $150, right? I know how much chemical I'm going to use. I know how much gas I'm going to use. I know how long it's going to take me to do it. So if I charge you $150 to pressure wash your house, I made sure I'm making about $100 an hour. $150, it took me like an hour and a half, right? So $100 for that first hour, 50, that's what it would turn out to be. Because I do have to go back, then I have to think, so I use this much chemical. So out of that $150, I'm probably spending $20 on chemical. Again, next time, if you can't buy in bulk, right? So you have to be able to buy in bulk. And that's what I mean when I'm saying they are not getting, people are not giving them credit. When our people say they're not getting credit, it's not just for a house or to be in red line. It's not just that. It's also especially in the food industry. I was in the industry where I was delivering fertilizer to golf courses and stuff. And anybody in the Atlanta area, you will see there's a driving range on Cascade, Black-owned driving range. I think he had, what was it? He had $5,500 credit. That's all he could get. I made delivery to certain golf courses, man. I know for a fact, because I saw the prices of the thing, we could see the prices. I know for a fact there's one delivery. I have delivered these people $550,000 worth of stuff, and they don't have to make a payment. So it's different the way we're treated in the industry. And it's because part of that, we haven't gotten ourselves together. We don't have distribution centers. We are the farmers and everything that Black folks, I say we should be working with. We don't have those things together. So we can't give our people discounts. So then we are dependent on this damn beast to do something for you, to try and make things right. So the same people that have treated you bad are the same ones that we're dependent on, hoping they give us credit, because we haven't put our money together and done that yet. So yes, we can talk about the pricing. And even when I talked about the pricing, I also want us to, I'm trying to give an understanding of why. But they could probably still come down a little bit, right? But there's no need. I'm not on here trying to embarrass Black people. If we want to freak with these places, you go to Habib, you never say nothing about how high his stuff is in that damn corner store. You never talk about our pool prices. You only talk about Black folk prices. And that is something we need to look at. Like, wow, they doing our businesses like this. Maybe we needed more of an education, because we've had this conversation several times. And I've tried to explain it several times. But I also said, and this was a while back, my brother Koku, because we was talking one time and he was like, yeah, man, we should do this, and this, talk about the pricing. Why can't we get a $5 or $10 plate for lunch, $7? And I showed him, I said, you know what? I mentioned this to, it's a Jamaican restaurant here called Garvey's. She's a distant relative of Marcus Garvey. So her restaurant is called Garvey's. So when I told her about that, I said, me and my friends was talking like, why don't y'all do a lunch special so it can be cheaper, so our people can come here and stop going. And I showed him the plate and he was like, wow. So what they did was you get a what was it? My stewed chicken. Because I like the brown stew. When I ain't making my own, I buy it. So the brown stew chicken, the curry chicken, you could get that lunch special. You end up by 2 pieces of chicken, some rice, some plantain. And it was like, I think it was $8. But sometimes, that's what I'm saying that to say, sometimes if we talk to our people, we would see a difference in the thing that our people do instead of always getting on here saying, I'm going to show them, I'm going to prove to them, and I'm going to embarrass them. And I yield the mic and let you go before I step down.
I appreciate it, Brother Bakari, and thanks a lot. I know that our weekends can be pretty busy. Me myself, I was at a. We'll talk. Well, I guess you guys will hear where I was at earlier today, so I totally understand. So thank you. Don't ever think that you're not appreciated. Time is very valuable, so I appreciate you taking the time. It's a layered conversation. Again, we're asking here on Shoot the Breeze, episode 253, are Black restaurants too expensive? We had 2 videos, one from Instagram, one from TikTok. The Instagram video was a Cameroonian content creator saying African restaurants are typically too expensive and for nothing. He feels that the meat, the rice, and whatever dishes they are small in comparison as far as the price versus other restaurants. Like, for instance, he mentioned Asian restaurants. You won't be able to sometimes close the bag for whatever rice dishes that there are. But with African restaurants, the rice plates are, upwards of $40, $50. And not only can you close it, you'll be finishing that rice plate really quick. I only laugh because now I'm thinking back to some of the experiences that I've had, and I'm like, man, I paid a lot for this plate, and I don't feel like it was $40. So, Brother Bakari, I kind of feel you on this. In the chat, Trigger Happy says, maybe Brother Bakari, if he has the opportunity and the time, says, I was gonna say that they charge because of the product line. Do any of you think that maybe they do it because of the lack of customers coming in? This is really interesting. I was actually also going to, open up the floor because it's just me and Bakari for right now, if Bakari's still around, that if this is a restaurant that has a full staff, maybe they're not saying that this is the price of food, but this is also, these prices are high because I need to pay my staff. I'm not a restaurant owner, and I can only imagine on, what they go through. Is there a happy medium though? Brother Bakari, I asked this to you, maybe even just the channel, just the chat itself. Is there a happy medium? Can we get to a point where restaurant owners, African, soul food, Caribbean, can we get to a point where the plates, the dishes, the entrees, and the price meet in the middle? Because again, these 2 brothers said it themselves, hey, I frequent these other establishments weekly, multiple times a week, and it'd be more that I'd frequent. I would love to support my Black brothers and sisters multiple times a week, but at these prices, I can't do that. The white I assume they're talking about white Americans. They will go to other establishments, Asian restaurants, Latino, Hispanic restaurants, and they'll spend, $15, $17 at most for those plates, but it's well worth it. So they're back multiple times a week. Brother Bakari, do you feel like we can get to that point?
Yes, I believe we can come to a happy medium, but I don't think we'll come to the happy medium by embarrassing. I really think if we frequent these places, we should talk to the people who we giving our money to. And then if these people don't want to talk to you and don't want to come to a happy medium, then they have to feel the pain from the people that is supporting them, right? But yes, we should be allowed. We should sit down and talk, and we should come to a happy medium. I saw Koku put in the chat say, "Yeah, rent is a problem." Yes, that is a problem. And funding is a problem. We can't always get the loans, right? But I'm gonna say it like this, right? It's a place here. We go, and me and my lady go, look, I'm gonna just say it like this, it's not black owned. French toast, 2 slices of French toast, 2 scrambled eggs, and some home fried potato is $22. I was like, what the hell? I didn't know. It was high. But I'm like, I bet you ain't gonna see nobody get online and try and embarrass them. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's expensive. 2 pieces of bread, you dip it in egg. That's how all the French toast is. Eggs with milk, cinnamon, sugar, nutmeg. You dip your bread in it and you fry, then 2 eggs, and then some home fried potatoes. And they charged $22 for that shit. $22 for that. So we have to get out the habit of trying to embarrass our people. Not saying that's what they're doing, but when I hear this, a lot of us do that. We want to embarrass. We have to start talking to one another and something, because it does have to change. And I also saw somebody put in the chat say, could it be that they're doing that because no one is coming through the door? I don't know. It could be. But sometimes, like I said, I'm talking from the industry that I know and how the businesses was treated in that industry, how you don't see them getting the credit. Everything is coming out of their pocket all the time. There's a lot of factors because everybody want to see us down, right? And sometimes it seems like we want to see us in that bad position. But we have to start talking to the people, man. We really have to start, if we talk to one another. I ain't saying you're going to be friends with every black person. That's not what I'm saying. But if we begin to talk to one another, start to hold conversations. Because most of the time when you go to these smaller black-owned restaurants, the owner is in there, right? The owner is in there. So we need to be able to hold these conversations so we can come to a medium, so the prices can go down a little bit, so we can fill up their place, so we can support one another, so we can start taking our neighborhood where we live back and turn it into a community. So yes, I do believe we can. I yield the mic.
This is good. And the reason why is because as much as some of us, let's get to the chat, and then it will lead to my response with Brother Bakari. In the chat, Trigger Happy says, but see, this is why it always goes back to the systemic analysis. A black business was not meant to get off the ground when white people own the system and other groups get grants here in the United States. He's referring to. Trigger Happy also adds, other groups act as the buffer class and white people act as the primary drivers of the system. If black people have to go through all these hoops to procure wealth, they don't want us to get wealth. Trigger Happy also adds, doesn't mean we shouldn't attempt, but it also tells us that we have bigger hurdles. We have to be more strategic in getting wealth. It definitely isn't impossible, but our path is harder. This is okay. Now, how do I want to attack this? So I liked that Brother Bakari said, hey, there can be, let's just call it what it is. There can be a compromise on both sides. Hey, we can do this for that, and then the other side says we can do that for this. I mean, there almost has to be, just because the Cameroonian content creator said, hey, African restaurants aren't being frequented by the typical American because our prices. That's one thing, but then the other thing, I think it's really foreign, right? The African restaurant outside of Ethiopian, right? Most Americans, and I understand that we got listeners, viewers from around the world, but I'm in the United States, grew up in the United States. I've visited a lot of U.S. cities, north, south. The DMV I have yet to hit, but nonetheless, Ethiopian restaurants, most Americans are pretty familiar with that. And if they're not, it's a simple YouTube or TikTok search on how to eat it. It's common for the American to look at the typical African dish, depending on where exactly, and just not even be 100% sure on how to go about it, eat it. Yeah, just eat it, right? And so I say that to say, with a Cameroonian content creator saying that they're not frequenting, the price might be one thing, but it's that foreign, it's that niche, is what they call this in the social media content creation world. African restaurants are pretty niche. To say that, jollof rice is one thing. I've seen so many African American, Black American content creators do I'm having African food, come with me, I'm having African food for the first time. And they're picking a dish like egusi. I'm going to be honest with you. I know I'm from East Africa. I don't like egusi. I wouldn't pick that as my first thing. So why am I saying this? Is that African restaurants, they're not going to be this dream that we might have of like, oh, the non-African is going to frequent our business. That's not going to happen. African food is really, really niche, really niche. And then the other part is that with a full staff, I can kind of understand on why somebody wouldn't take it upon themselves to go and say, yeah, I'm not going to lower my prices and thus make my staff suffer. Now, again, then there's that conversation that Americans have in general, because the rest of the world doesn't really practice a tipping system. The rest of the world, you saw evidence of it during this World Cup. Many individuals took to social media and say, man, this tipping culture in the United States, where the World Cup was being where the World Cup had the United States as one of the three countries that were hosting, many visitors to the United States, expressed their disapproval and saying, this is out of control. And it is out of control. So as an African soul food Caribbean restaurant owner, do you now say, well, if I'm going to meet people that are complaining on TikTok halfway, then does my staff suffer? This is a multi-layered conversation, but maybe we can continue this. We got another panelist joining us. My gosh, let's go. We got Koku. Koku, first, welcome to Shoot the Breeze, episode 253 on the Better Medicine podcast. How are you? And what say you? Are African restaurants too expensive?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to you for holding it down for like 2 hours almost, hour and a half by yourself. I think that's a shame that you had to sit here by yourself and talk. But we'll talk about that more later. Shout out to Brother Bakari. Bakari, I hope everything is well with you also. This topic interests me a bit, and I'm gonna give a couple of quick thoughts. I live in New York City. In New York City, the Ethiopians, they don't open their restaurants. And if Culture Education is in the chat still, he can agree or disagree. I'd like to hear his thoughts. But Ethiopians don't open their restaurants where Black people are. In fact, it's becoming a thing now where a lot of Black restaurateurs want to be high-end. I think Bakari touched on this a little bit earlier. That they want a certain level of clientele. So what they're doing now, and I was talking to Bakari about this a couple months ago, they're going downtown. They're going downtown to sell the little small plates at exorbitant prices, to sell watered down alcohol at exorbitant prices. And here's the issue. The issue I think most Black folks have is, I don't mind you making money, but don't overdo it with me. Don't hit me a 3 times multiplier, right? I'll give an example close to home. There's a Trinidadian spot I go to close to where I live. And they have 2 different prices for everything. When you check why is it 2 different prices, and I'm sure you guys have experienced this before, if you go to pay with a credit card, because a credit card, the people who issue the credit card or process credit card payments, they apply a 2% fee. They make you, the customer, pay that fee to buy the food that you want from them. And I think that we got to understand there's something jarring about that. I once heard Oni say something on here before, and I thought about that for a long time. He said, you know, African people, black people, we have a history of bartering. Not just bartering, but we have a history of arguing over a price. You go to the market, someone wants to sell you 2 mangoes for $2. You say, okay, cool. I'll just be on my way. And they'll call you back and say, hold on, I'll give you them for $175, $150. You know, so we have that history, and that's kind of ingrained in us, to be honest. But, you know, the thing with oxtails, I don't know, oxtails are expensive in the grocery store. Let's talk about that. One of the problems is, and this is one of the problems with black folks in general, not being organized, is that organization actually drives down the cost. If you guys, let's say all the Trinidadian restaurants in Brooklyn, right, was to get together and say, we're going to rent out this or straight up buy this refrigerated storage place over here. Because this is what the Chinese do, by the way. This is why Chinese prices don't rise up with every different, you know, scare in the world. Oil goes up. The Chinese food doesn't just jump up like that, you know. But because we're not organized, we're not going together and saying, hey, man, let's get this refrigerated storage together so we all could have our goods and stuff here. We hire 2 people part-time or something, and they are to pack up the orders that each of our stores have. They are to, you know, keep the inventory so that we know when we're getting low, rotate things by date. We're not doing that stuff. I was telling Bakari a couple months ago, I've gone to some Caribbean like pizza shops, you know, Caribbean folks who said, okay, well, let me try a thing and, you know, make this pizza with back home type ingredients and stuff. And you would go in there and you would sit down for an hour and a half for some food. While you're sitting there, a person like me, especially who observes everything, I notice one of the guys comes out the back, walks to the corner store, buys some plates and some seasonings and comes back. Of course, your food, number one, is taking long to prepare. Number two, is expensive as hell. You can't buy this stuff retail, right? And then pass the cost off to the customers. That's not a model that's going to work long term. So it's really about getting organized. And I know Bakari, you know, doesn't like people being called out, but sometimes folks got to get, even our folks sometimes have to get called out, man. Like, you guys know, you guys aren't in a bubble. I'm talking about the restaurateurs. You're not in a bubble. You know what I mean? You know that you're making it difficult for a person to come to you multiple times a week or what have you. You know, early when I started this talk, I talked about the Ethiopians. In New York here, Ethiopians go closer to where white folks are. That's just a fact. I'm in all the hood. I'm all over this place where there's black people. They do not open up an Ethiopian spot next to where black folks are. They open up next to white folks because by the time white folks eat some food with some seasoning, they're ready to pay some money for that shit, right? But for us, and trust me, I used to be a big Ethiopian food fan. But when you go and you look at it, you're like, wait a minute, I'm eating lentils, I'm eating cabbage and potato, I'm eating, you know, whatever else, right? And it's costing me $40 for some vegetarian or vegan options with some teff flour. No, come on, it's too much. It's too much. So we really do, you know, I'll land my plane here. We really do need to organize and talk about what our people desire. Our people don't always want to go and have to spend $20 for a plate of food. Bakari mentioned it earlier. Here in Brooklyn, again, by this training spot that I go to, they have a $5 plate. Since the pandemic, I think it went up to $8 now, which is what I heard Bakari quote earlier down by him. So I think it's like an $8 plate now. That's reasonable. And anytime I go inside that training spot, there's people who definitely come in and order that $8 plate. So you got to talk to your people. It goes both ways. You got to talk to your people. You got to observe your people. You got to recognize that, you know what, our people really ain't trying to spend $20, $30, $40 for our plate of food. We got to do something. We got to do something like what the Spanish call tapas, small plates or whatever. We got to do something to get people in here. And then, you know, once we get a little $8 from them a couple times a week, every once in a while, they'll pay for that $20, $30 meal. You know what I mean? But it goes both ways. We have to be aware of each other and cognizant of it. Culture education, that's wild what you just said. You said in MD, it's $16 for a veg plate. That is not the case in New York. I'm telling you right now, it's twice that. When I go and I get the vegetarian platter, it is with the 5 items and some injera, it is 30. It is at least $32. You know what I mean? And I've seen those Ethiopian spots in Maryland. I've seen them in PG County and stuff like that. They're around black folks too. You know what I mean? Oh, and that reminds me one last thing. The other problem that black folks have is that we are renters. By the time you have to pay this man a rent, and he or she, this man or this woman, he or she can raise your rent all kind of crazy ways, you're going under. Another thing we have to start thinking about is we got to start owning some of these buildings that these stores, that these restaurants and stores are in. Because otherwise, along with the host of things that you and Bakari talked about earlier, and the host of things that Trigger mentioned in the chat, you're gonna get priced. You're gonna get priced in such a way you're gonna pass the buck off to the customer, and it's not gonna work out for you. So I'll land my plane there. Thanks.
Can I say something, Jack?
Please.
First, I want to tell Koku. He said sometimes we got to call him out. I ain't talking about people like you, Koku. It's okay. I'm talking about people that just want to try to embarrass black folk all the time. That's what I'm talking about. But anyway, you said something that was great, something that I've said before, and something we've talked about. I don't know if it was over the phone or doing a live. You know, it's like when he was saying of Trinity, the black restaurants need to come together, order together, right? Maybe if they order together, I don't know, maybe they could get a credit. But we also need somewhere to store it. And like you say, have a couple of employees to keep stock, whatever. We have a couple of black truck drivers who's gonna do the delivering, where they got their own truck, so we're gonna lease out to this black truck, and they gonna take the food to the restaurant. And I think that would make sense, but that's what we need. That's what we need. We need a distribution center. We need a distribution center. Because when I look around here in Atlanta, I don't see the place that I said I work. I don't see none of those type of places. Soulful, U.S. Food. That's another real big one here. Soulful ain't even real big. It's kind of, but man, I can't even think of the name of it. But I don't see any of them delivering to the Chinese restaurants. The Asians deliver to the Asian restaurants. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in our way, just like Trigger Happy said. But we have to start thinking and organize so we can get around that. Everything they do, there's an answer to it. And I know they're prepared for what we do. So since they're prepared for what we do, we need to be prepared for their next move. because all of them want to keep us down. So they're going to all work together. Even with these Mexican restaurants or these Latino, now you're starting to see Venezuelans, Honduras. I don't know. Matter of fact, I did see a Colombian. I don't know if it was Afro-Colombian, but I saw a Colombian restaurant, a couple of Colombian restaurants the other day. Even when it comes to them, Latinos have that distribution now. They have going one way from Atlanta up toward New York. Then you got Texas to California, and I'm telling you, it's a whole. It's a where they are delivering to Mexicans more, because there are more Mexicans here. Where they are delivering to all of the Latino spots, while we still depending on groups of people to do these things for us, and then we act like we're surprised when we are treated a certain way. We have to start thinking. We have to organize. We have to organize. Then we have to strategize. And all this shit can change. And for people to, well, you know, it won't change in my lifetime. It's going to change in my lifetime. All this shit can change. The change starts in your mind. That's the first change right there. Whatever idea we have, it's in your head before you ever get the pen and put it on paper. Before you ever start working, the plan is in your mind. So we can change this shit in a couple of months. We can change this. We might have to get us a warehouse and have a makeshift. We might just have to put some small freezers in there until we can get the big refrigerated warehouse. We just have to do what we have to do until we can get the things, the bigger refrigerated warehouses where we can have our distribution center. Then before you know it, man, ain't no time. So look what the distribution center will bring. It's going to bring employees in there with the food. It's going to bring truck drivers. You understand what I'm saying? There's a whole lot of things if we just organize and strategize that one distribution center, just having distribution centers can do for us. How many of our people it can help and will help. Now I'm going to say this before I get off of here, before I get the mic. Culture, I forget. Oh, that was a great price for that either. Because I'm going to tell you, what you say you had for $30, Koku, was some injiri, that bread, right?
Yeah, injera and about 5 different vegetables. Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to where you go here in Atlanta. The first Ethiopian restaurant I went to, the plate that you named, that plate was about $40, $45. Then my son and his girlfriend, they took me to one for Father's Day, and it was much cheaper than the other one. And they were also in different areas too, though. The first one I went to that was expensive was over around them other folks. The one that the price was a little cheaper was around us, our neighborhood. But it was a nice restaurant, sit down and eat. But yeah, their food is sometimes here in Atlanta, from my experience, and there's another one, and the lady was showing me the prices. Showing me and my lady the prices. It was similar to the one my son and his girlfriend took me to. But it was also in that same type of area, in a black area. So for me, from my experience here in Atlanta, where you go, where it's like what the prices of the Ethiopian restaurant. But yes, we do need to touch the Nigerians and tell them $20 for a plate of rice is just a little bit too much. You go get some jollof rice and you paying $20 for a plate of rice. Come on, man. Now that is expensive. That's really expensive. Now, Jackadera, I got a bone to pick with you. That Iguzi soup is off the chain. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know. The Iguzi, The Alfredo, that spinach soup. I think it's a Alfredo. I don't know if I say it right. I just call it spinach soup.
I agree with that.
It's off the chain. I got a bone to pick. Now there's an African restaurant here called African Soul Food. Because I can say this, there's a lot of African Americans here that frequent African restaurants. But there's one called African Soul Food. They had food from like, what was it, between 12 and 15 different Black African nations is what they sell. The soul food, people like, well, but that's our thing. Yeah, but it called soul food. No, they didn't sell no African American food, but they played African American music. And they also was playing, other music from other cultures, Black cultures from South America and all that too. So they say it was blending it all together. Their prices were really, really good. I think when I ordered my food and I got me a side of jollof rice on the side, I think my jollof rice may have been like $6, $7. But it was not a small serving. So I didn't mind paying $6, $7 for that. Because it was extra woods on the side. I bought one on the side. But they have real good pricing for their food. And the food was really, really good. The restaurant I ain't gonna lie, the restaurant, it's a great atmosphere, man. You meet people from everywhere. And like I said, it's called African Soul Food, and they selling food from Kenya, Nigeria. They got Ethiopian food. They got Ghanaian food. They have every, and it's really good, but they have good pricing. On that, I'm gonna yield the mic, and I'm gonna step down, and I'm gonna continue to listen. Thank you for letting me speak. Jacadero, thank the chat for listening to me. And Koku, I'm glad you came up here, man. And I'm sorry it took so long for me to come, Jacadero, man. This weekend been a little long for me, man. My nephew got married, so family and stuff, friends and stuff. So, but I made sure I listened and joined in.
Appreciate that, Bakar.
Big congratulations to your nephew. Yeah. Big congratulations. Thanks, Bakari. Man, we had a lot. This is, I knew that at least this would create some conversation with this topic. Again, are Black restaurants expensive, especially or in relation to the United States? This is what we're talking about. Trigger Happy says, thinking about this conversation, if this issue can't be sorted, it's no way those of the business class could fund revolution too. Hopefully that's not the case, but I get what you're saying. Because our really wealthy Black people will never give a dime. I hope that's not the case, just because I don't know. I guess I look at it like this. You just never know. I used to hear rumors. I don't know if this is true. Maybe some of you guys can contest if this is true. I used to hear a rumor. Now I'm glad. Hold on. When I say this, please take this with a grain of salt. I'm glad that he's passed away, so that way I'm not quote unquote dry snitching that the youngins say now. But I used to hear that Booker T. Washington funded the Mau Mau. Like he wrote letters to Dedan Kimathi. I used to hear this. So, and I've never gotten curious enough to verify and check to see if there's any truth to this. But so I say that to say, the founder and president of Tuskegee Institute, which is now Tuskegee University, wealthy beyond means, right? But if he in fact did that, there's a chance. There's a chance. And then I know, guys, the second example might not be the best example, but it's an example nonetheless. Culture Education says, oh, wow, I can see that, though. Listen, I got told this when I was like 14, 15, and then it was repeated again when I was I think I was just entering college. And it came up again. And I was like, hey, is that? But I never got curious enough to like go out and seek this. But yeah, I was once told that he used to write letters to Dedan Kimathi. Trigger says, oh, wow, I have to read up on Booker T. It's so slept on. As a Pan-Africanist figure, he was definitely secretive. and it was definitely to be strategic. Again, it'd be awesome if I could even find a copy of these letters. So who knows what I'm able to do, man. I hope so. All right. For for more on maybe this topic, we got a new panelist. Let's go ahead and introduce him. Anthony, welcome to the show. I hope everything is well. Hopefully you got them kids settled. And what's your thoughts on the last part of this topic about food prices in Black restaurants?
Oh, okay, man. First of all, peace to you, Jacadero, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm in a great mood, man. As always, I'm usually.
Yeah, man. I had to deal with these badass children, man. And you know what I'm saying? And I had to watch it because they get in trouble too much, And so, I couldn't get on the panel and then watch them at the same time because they bad as hell, man. They always doing shit. Yeah.
I get it. And then I'm sure that father whooping his daughter probably had you thinking those same thoughts, huh?
Hey, but look here. First, I want to say this here real quick. That I put it in the chat, man, about this site called Integra, man. It's a site where you could locate black food vendors and distributors, like food and beverage distributors. You know what I'm saying? People, black people who distribute food and beverages to black restaurants. It's called Integra. And the other one is one called Eridor. It's out of they're a distributor too. It's out of Chicago, man. It's out of Chicago. It's a black distribution company that delivers to black restaurants and things like that. Yeah. And as far I just want to address this real quick about the Booker T thing. Now we got to remember Booker T Washington died in 1915. You know what I'm saying, Jacadero? Okay. Booker T Washington died in 19. Let's talk about another Booker T. Yeah, Booker T Washington lost too. Yeah, Booker T Washington died in 1915. D-Dan Kamathe was killed by the British in what? In the late 50s? Yeah. In the 50s? Yeah, so that couldn't have happened. You know what I'm saying?
The letters.
D-Dan Kamathe wasn't even born until the 1930s, the 1920s, late 20s or 30s.
The letters, no. That's probably why I never looked into it. But nonetheless, I heard rumors that he used to fund African uprising.
No, I mean, Booker T. Yes, he was a Pan-Africanist in his way, and he had contacts in Africa. And people that he dealt with in Africa, he did some things, that's probably a discussion for another day. But if you read this book by this sister, her name is Tyreen Wright, and she's an authority on Booker T. Washington. She wrote a book about him, about Booker T. Washington, the Pan-Africanist, and everything. And she writes a lot about that man, Tyreen Wright, her sister Tyreen Wright, and she has a book about Booker T. and his Pan-Africanism. So you can check that book out. It's a pretty good research, authority. And I watched several videos of her whole interviews of her talking about Booker T. But Booker T, Booker T had been long dead before, D-Dan's mother and father even thought about him. You know what I'm saying? So that's some fiction right there. But about those sites though, man. I caught the last scene which I was talking about because I just went and took the children outside and mama just came to get them. You know what I'm saying? And so but that's an important thing, man. I don't want to hold up the program. Y'all can go ahead on, man. I'm listening.
All right, I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and get into the last, this last Shoot the Breeze topic of the night. Once again, I'm Jacadero, proudly filling in for Brother Koku here on Shoot the Breeze episode 253, the Better Medicine Podcast. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Come on, what you doing? Huh? You wanna be like Booker T. Washington? Huh? Speaking of him, go ahead and do something revolutionary and hit the like button. So that way we're in the algorithm and like-minded individuals can catch the same thing. All right. Speaking of, right? The likes. We're talking about just individual Black peoples that are famous, maybe not necessarily supporting African rebellion groups, but just African, Black people in general, especially Black people from the United States. So when Black people from the United States go to Africa, it's highlighted, as it should be, right? Well, should it be highlighted or should it be kept a secret? Shoot the Breeze topic number 5, we talk about this and we ask the question, world tour or surveillance? Yes. World tour or surveillance? We go to X, formerly known as Twitter. Twitter X is what I call it. And a South African man brings up a question that maybe some of us haven't had, or maybe some of us haven't connected the parallel. Let's go to Twitter X. And first there's a tweet and then there's a video that follows. I'll read for you guys and then we'll watch the video together. All right, so this is by Vusi. I'm sorry. I'm from East Africa, Southern African names, beautiful, but for me, it's tough to pronounce. So we'll just call him Vusi T. So Vusi says and tweets, there's a documentary about how the CIA used Louis Armstrong. You with me? About how the CIA used Louis Armstrong's Africa tour as cover for surveillance. For those that don't know, trumpet great, jazz great, pioneer, Louis Armstrong toured Africa, and he especially loved Congo, and Congo loved him back. But yes, so when the star that big arrives in a country, its leaders want to meet them. That access was the entire point. I watched that documentary, Vusi says. Then I watched I Show Speed, streamer extraordinaire. For those that don't know, Darren Watkins Jr. out of Cincinnati, Ohio. I Show Speed is what he goes by, and he toured Africa and the Caribbean this year. But he says, I then watched I Show Speed's tour Africa with a Starlink device Elon Musk personally gave him that is not yet available to the public. This is interesting because Elon Musk is now the owner of Twitter X, guys. But I love what he did for Africa's visibility. I'm not making a statement, but my conspiratorial brain will not fully cooperate. Let's go ahead and watch the video and exactly on what he's talking about, what he's trying to connect. Let's take a listen. Come on, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Okay, hold on. We're going to get this video. Okay, so it's Vusi. We're going to go to Instagram. Stand by, guys. Okay.
Real quick, too. I did a reading of a paper, and it might have been from that same author that Anthony brought up about Booker T. Washington being Booker T. Washington and Pan-Africanism. So you guys could look back in the archives of videos, do a search. It really was a good read because most people, I realized, did not know or even think of Booker T. Washington being a Pan-Africanist. And there's evidence to that, like Anthony said and others. But yeah, if you go and you search under the Bitter Medicine podcast video, you should find a few readings about Booker T, one of them being his Pan-Africanism.
Appreciate it, Koku. All right, good news, guys. I found a way to watch the video. Let's go to Instagram and let's watch Vusi T talk about the parallels between Louis Armstrong's visit to the African continent and I Show Speed's visit to the African continent and the Caribbean.
Ago. I forget the name of the documentary now, but on the face of the documentary is the face of Patrice Lumumba. This documentary talks about how Louis Armstrong was actually used by the CIA, sent to Africa on a tour in Africa. And they thought they on this tour in Africa as a cultural exchange and to do music, etc. It turns out that the CIA was actually using them to surveil the country, to gain access to the leaders of those countries. Because when a star that big arrives in that country, guess what? The leaders of the country will want to meet with them. And he then later found out that this is what the CIA was actually doing. It's horrifying stuff. That's why, as much as I love what I Show Speed was doing in Africa, there's a part of my conspiratorial brain that looks at this and goes, So this kid came to Africa, went to all of these countries, and was carrying this like Starlink satellite device that he says Elon Musk gave him, which Starlink satellite device is not yet available for public consumption. So he can have fast internet to stream. I'm not making a statement. I'm just saying, There is a documentary I watched some time ago. I forget the name of the documentary now, but on the face of the documentary is the face of Patrice Lumumba. This documentary talks about how Louis Armstrong was actually used by the CIA, sent to Africa on a tour in Africa. And they thought they on this tour in Africa as a cultural exchange and to do music, etc. It turns out that the CIA was actually using them to surveil the country, to gain access to the leaders of those countries. Because when a star that big arrives in that country, guess what? The leaders of the country will want to meet with him. And he then later found out that this is what the CIA was actually doing. It's horrifying stuff. That's why, as much as I love what I Show Speed was doing in Africa, there's a part of my conspiratorial brain that looks at this and goes, So this kid came to Africa, went to all of these countries, and was carrying this like Starlink satellite device that he says Elon Musk gave him, which Starlink satellite device is not yet available for public consumption, so he can have fast internet to stream. I'm not making a statement. I'm just saying, there is a
I love the way that human beings communicate. I know that it's a little bit off topic, but I really, really enjoy, as I've gotten older in age. I'm sounding like an uncle, huh? When I was back when I was your age. But as I've gotten older, I've realized how much I enjoy the different sounds that human beings can make. And now it's globally accepted in any culture. That means that you're thinking. And when did the rest of the world catch with that? I know maybe that's a conversation for another day, but it's so interesting on how human beings can communicate. And everybody knows, even a child knows you're thinking. That's crazy. All right. So that's a lot. I know, guys. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5, world tour or surveillance. We are watching in the background now. Hopefully maybe you can catch the subtitles. This is Vusi T. He's really popular, a popular South African, not just financial guru, maybe you can even call him a giant. I'm not sure. I never looked up his net worth. It's none of my business, really. Unless you want to partner with the Empowerment Network, Vusi T. Huh? If you happen to catch this, Vusi T, we have the Empowerment Network here in Omaha, Nebraska. Stay until the end of the show. We can give you more information. What's going on, huh? But nonetheless, he's also an intellectual. He enjoys questioning things. And so he's questioning on, hey, this recent tour that streamer Darren Watkins Jr. out of Cincinnati, Ohio, goes by I Show Speed. When he did his Africa and Caribbean tour, he used Elon Musk's Starlink satellite to have internet available in the most remote of areas in the African continent, and possibly even the Caribbean as well. No offense to the Caribbean. I'm just saying, I don't know. But what we do know is that this same scene played out over 60 years ago with jazz great, trumpet great Louis Armstrong when he visited Africa. He was welcomed, but also it was later found out by him and his team that this had CIA written all over it, and they just needed access into being welcomed into Africa. And why not? People are going to accept Louis Armstrong. I mean, why not? But he's asking the question, is this a world tour or surveillance from I Show Speed's tour? We'll start off with Anthony. Anthony, well, before we start off with you, let's get into one comment. Trigger Happy says, this podcaster says interesting stuff, but he defends the xenophobia of South Africa a lot. I've actually been waiting to see something from him, Trigger Happy, about what just happened, that June 30th deadline. So please, if you have any specific videos, go ahead and send it to me on the Discord, because I've been waiting. I haven't seen him say anything yay or nay, but maybe just I don't pay too much attention to this guy. I just know that he's really good with finances. Anthony, what say you on this Shoot the Breeze topic? Last Shoot the Breeze topic: world tour or surveillance, based on what you heard, what you see.
Yeah. Okay. Hey. Okay. First of all, to say, look here. Trigger Happy was right. I've checked out some of this guy's stuff before too. Now I'm not dissing him or nothing, but I mean he has said what Trigger Happy said was true. I mean I've actually heard him say it. Like defend some of that xenophobia stuff. So we kind of sometimes you have to check the source. Sometimes because he has said some like some pro South African with the organization, the movements that's doing all of that shit. He has like, you know, kind of like, you know, said some pro them shit, you know, some pro Afrophobia shit. So yeah, you know, we had to kind of look at him a little bit. But okay. Of course, Jagadero, of course, you know, those when those black musicians, because there was a lot of them in the 50s and 60s. Because remember, we got to put it in context. What period of time this was? This was during the Cold War, the so-called Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc. You know what I'm saying? America, you know, the State Department sending artists all over Africa, all over the developing world, different places. You know, Louis Armstrong was one of the because he was a very popular artist, you know, and beloved among a lot of people. So yeah, you know, let's use him. And like I said, when he went, you know, he didn't have no idea of that. You know, hey, I just wanted to go play some music. Like you said, and they later found out. But what it was actually, I don't know, Koku, I think that we had talked about this a long time ago. We had mentioned this. Remember, Dave Chappelle's mother was like she worked somewhere like in a State Department or something there where she went on that trip.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, she went on that trip because she met Patrice Lumumba. She met Patrice Lumumba and struck up kind of like a friendship with him and everything. And you know, and she met like Congolese officials and everything. And basically like she knew what was up. She knew what was happening. But like I think the brother Max Roach, the great jazz drummer, and his wife Abby Lincoln, they also went. And they kind of like had kind of seen what the play was, because it was like the year at that following year when Patrice was when they murdered Patrice, you know, that they led like the protest thing at the United Nations, you know, against the United States government, you know, for what had happened to Patrice Lumumba. You know, Abby Lincoln, Max Roach, and, you know, some other prominent black musicians and Pan-Africanism, you know, Brother Malcolm now. They was with Brother Malcolm now, you know, because like they had kind of seen the play happen too, you know, a little bit after that happened. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, so I mean, of course, yeah, you know, that's, you know, the government, you know, they do that. I mean, and they didn't just do it in Africa, they did it everywhere. You know, I mean, you know, sent these like cultural ambassadors, you know, and these people not knowing, you know, well, we just think it's a cultural thing. We just going to, you know, like I remember in 1970, I was just looking at this the other night before last, the Soul to Soul concert, you know, that was happening in Ghana in 1971, where they sent all of these black artists, Wilson Pickett, Ike and Tina Turner, you know, the Voices of East Harlem, a whole bunch of groups, you know, over there, you know, for this big goodwill thing to Ghana. Now that was right after them coups. That was just a few years after Nkrumah was overthrown. And they had a series of coups then, like in 68, 69, going into the 70s, you know, trying to play them Cold War politics, trying to get Ghana, you know, trying to get these nations on their side, you know, for the Cold War thing. Because, you know, you had, like I said, you had the Eastern Bloc, the Western Bloc going back and forth. So they did things like that. James Brown, I remember he went to Nigeria like in 1970. So they did that a lot. They did it a whole lot. Use artists to do that. And like, you know, for the most part, those artists didn't know what was happening. Like, if they might have found that later on, or somebody might have, you know, some Pan-Africanist brother or sister might have put it in their ear or something like that. And I just want, before I knock off, I just say just one thing, what Koku was talking about before you started the prompt. Booker T, Jagadero, this what happened. Okay, now you had a brother from here, from the United States, who went to the Congo, and his name was George Washington Williams. And he wrote all about the atrocities, the bullshit. See, the Belgian government sent him there. He went on their auspices, like, to show how they trying to say like how good they were doing for the people, you know, bringing modernity and all of this little Christianity and all this little bullshit. But he went there and he seen the real shit. No, he didn't go to the places that they designated him to go. He went and he seen the atrocities of cutting off people's arms and hands and limbs and killing people, you know, in which millions of Congolese people died. Well, he seen that and he came back to the United States and he met Booker T. Washington, and he let Booker T. Washington know about it. Booker T. started spreading the news around, you know, because, you know, Booker T. was a big guy, you know, and he had the means to spread stuff, you know, on a wider base. He started spreading it, and what happened? The government in Belgium, King Leopold, they tried to lure Booker T to Belgium to get him because he was spreading all the information about the atrocities going on in the Congo. Yeah, actually, yeah, they tried to get Booker T to come to Belgium so they could get him because he was spreading all that information. But I just want to throw that tidbit in, like the piggyback off what Koku was saying.
I appreciate it, Anthony. Me, myself, I was just looking at George Washington Williams's biography. Pretty impressive. Man, it lets me know. It lets me know. I already knew that I wasn't doing enough. I know now that I'm not doing enough, man. You guys always put people, men and women, in the chat or even on the panel, and I look them up and I go, oh, I got a long way to go. This guy, hey, man, this guy has a resume. Hey, and he was in direct communication with no matter what our feelings, of course, King Leopold can rest in piss for the rest of his fucking eternity, right? But to even be like it's like having the open communication with any head of state. That's like, who the hell are you? Like, just real quick before we get into Koku's thoughts here. I spent some time in Kenya because my biological father is still there. And one of the things that's really interesting is that here in the United States, it's not uncommon to rub shoulders with, let me name a politician. I know this guy's controversial, but nonetheless, he's a politician, Byron Scott, right? I think that's out of South Carolina. It's not uncommon for somebody to be like, oh, yeah. Byron Scott, his son plays, or his daughter, in Kenya, to know a politician. Like, you're almost set. You're almost set, even if you know a politician. So, and I know in the United States it might be a little different, but like to rub shoulders with any politician in again, I'm only going to speak for Kenya. Maybe it's like that, in other African countries, but it's not easy. It's not easy. Like, what? Where did you get to meet a politician? It's like, how did that even happen? And the way that, like, I seen a video just recently. If it wasn't this month, it was last month, of Obama walking, and there were some black women that just happened to just be at some place that he was gonna be at. So he's walking, and he's jovial. He's the classic Obama that we know. A former president in Kenya, you can't just see them walking in the streets. No! And even with that, like, they said, oh, can we get a picture with you? The way that bodyguards would be shoving you out the way. Like, bro, you would go flying. Don't forget asking for a photo op. So it's just, you're talking about George Washington Williams. I'm looking at his resume, Anthony, and I'm just like, gosh, damn, I'm nowhere near doing enough. But that's besides the point. Goku, Shoot the Breeze, topic number 5, world tour or Savannah's, based on what you heard, seen from Vusi and Anthony. What say you?
Yeah, Anthony always can bring the history. By the way, I don't know if black folks still watch Tarzan. When I was a kid, black folks used to watch Tarzan like crazy, but I don't know if black folks still watch Tarzan. But what's his name played George Washington. Samuel L. Jackson actually played him in one of the last Tarzan movies they made. Just FYI. But yeah, what Anthony said about the history of it is true, and so I'm the kind of person who believes that history teaches knowledge. That's something that they used to preach back home. My grandfather used to say all the time, history teaches knowledge. And so I think that, if speed is going into these rural parts of Africa and the Caribbean. And Elon Musk hands him a Starlink. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some surveillance going on, right? There's mappings of people's movements or whatever it is. But there's some surveillance going on, you know. Back in the day, there used to be a joke in TV where if you were locked up, you were behind bars, your wife will come and she'll bring you a cake that she baked. And the joke was always that there was some file in the cake and you're going to break yourself out of jail. So if this guy hands you some technology, you better believe there's some surveillance going on. But I want to take it to a slightly different area, a more modern era. Now, people say it's conspiracy, but there's the USAID, that I think has been defunded now. But for a while there was accusations that outfit of the government was propping up hip hop, particularly the negative hip hop, and was exporting it to, you know, Africa and the Caribbean and stuff like that. So this is why you see, just to throw out a name, ASAP Rocky or something, over in Nigeria. It was so that they can spread their propaganda, the American propaganda, through rap, hip hop, to these, you know, African folks or Caribbean folks. As a matter of fact, a lot of people might not know, but like about 10 years ago in Cuba, America did that same thing again. The CIA was involved in that one. They tried to get in there and put some backing behind two Cuban hip hop artists who wasn't too keen on, you know, the establishment. And the idea was that they were going to push these guys who were going to push this anti-establishment music that was going to get the youth all frenzied, right? This is why I always talk about you got to get to the youth. They were going to get the youth all frenzied and hopefully lead that into an overthrow of the government, which I find very interesting. So you know, I just got to be honest. The musicians of the past, like Anthony said, they might very well not have recognized how far America would go to carry out some of the things that they do. That might be true, although part of me always feels it difficult to accept, considering the times that these guys were big. They knew they knew how America ruled. Maybe not so much on the international space, but they knew how America ruled against our people. So I find that a difficulty to accept sometimes. But it is true and very possible that they didn't know no better. They was just going to. But you see a guy like Speed, even though he's a young brother, someone around him should have eyed that with suspicion. And this is why these conversations that we have, we can't just be having it amongst people who already know. This is why we got to try to get more people to come in who don't know, but who are curious about things. Something don't sit too right with them, so they want to know if it also doesn't sit too right with you. And that's when we got to tell them, like, yeah, this white guy, tech billionaire, industrialist, whatever the fuck he is, Elon Musty, he hands you this device. There needs to be some questions here. There needs to be some questions because Speed is a young fella, but he's not handled. He doesn't handle himself. He has his father and all kinds of different people around him. Something has to be understood here, you know? So I guess that's where I will take the conversation, that it's probably surveillance. At the very least, like Culture and Education in the chat said, at the very minimum, it's propaganda. I'll land my plane there. Thank you.
This is. Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
I'm sorry, Jackadell. I was just going to go after Koku. I mean, and you know, Koku, it definitely was surveillance. We know that 100%. Because think about this, Koku. Remember when Malcolm went to Egypt, and you know Malcolm didn't have nothing to do with them crackers. But when Malcolm went to Egypt, they surveilled him.
Yep.
No, they knew everything he was doing, and even tried to poison him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they did poison him. They did poison him. He damn near died. I mean, so, you know, we know it was definitely surveillance. It was definitely surveillance. I would say this, Coco, in the case of I Show Speed, I would say that I would be more like, yeah, you know, they probably told him about it. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying, from hearing that part right there about, that's y'all saying Elon Musk giving him some device. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know about that. I didn't know that. So, I mean, that right there, I'm going to say, you know what? And his people around him, somebody probably did tell him something. You know, I'll put it this way. It wouldn't, what the word I'm looking for? You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Cause see, other people were saying the same thing. You know, other Africans on the continent, you know, were saying like, you know, why is this guy I Show Speed coming, you know, to Africa and doing this, and to the Caribbean and saying that, you know, in Jamaica, I give him a pass on that. Because Andrew Holness, he already the Uncle Tom president anyway. So what you got to spy on him for? You know, he loved him. He they man down there. But I'm saying, like in Africa, yeah, in different places, you know, I would say that. I can see it happening, yeah. But I just think, Coco, think of Louis Armstrong. Now, this is a country boy from Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? He was, you know, and you know, he came up in that time like, you know, he knew about old segregation and Jim Crow and all that, and you know, and basically like being a good Negro, you know what I'm saying, and not rocking the boat. It probably didn't even ask nothing about it. Wouldn't worry about nothing like that. Like I said, like y'all say, he later found out, but probably at the time he probably didn't know nothing about that. You know, Louis, he just wanted to go over there and play his horn, you know, and be a good way. You know, he was already known as America's favorite uncle, and everything. But then again, I could be wrong. But I just think, you know, when I think of Louis, he had that sophisticated kind of mind as far as like a Pan-Africanist type mind that we have to say, hold up, man, look here, this is some slick shit right here. You know, I don't know about this. This is some slick shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can see it with somebody else like a Quincy Jones, because he went too. Like, you know, he was 25. They use him. No, you know, Quincy, you know, we don't give a damn about Quincy Jones anyway. We already know what kind of Negro he was. But you know, old man like Louis, I think Louis probably wasn't paying no attention to no shit like that. And then when he found out, he probably like, what? I can't believe that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't have that kind of black consciousness that we have now. But like others who went, like Abby Lincoln, them, Max Road, them, they knew what time it was. They seen the play. They knew what time, and they talked about it. Like I said, when Patrice got assassinated, they were the main ones out there leading the protests against the government. You know, they knew about that. They figured it out. You know, I just think, I mean, it's a 50-50 thing, Coco. You know what? Hey, you could be right. It could be, you could be right. We don't know. We went back there. You know, and I would probably, if I just had to say, well, which way I'm gonna go, I would probably lean more towards you right. You know what I'm saying? But like with Speed, them definitely, I think it's definitely a strong chance. Yeah, that's what that was.
I agree, Anthony. And you know what? It's actually you made me consider that maybe our boy, the trumpet player, he just wasn't savvy. He just wasn't up on it. He was happy to take his lady because his wife went. He was happy to take his wife and play something for her in front of the pyramids or the Sphinx. You know what I mean? So it's possible. But you're right about that too. And I thought to say it, but I decided to let me pull back from being myself a little bit. But Speed and them probably were told what was going on, what you're carrying this thing for. You know what I mean? Because again, in this day and age, most black folks, they see a white person hand them something, they'll be like, what's that? What's that for? So they probably told him. You know, in the chat I see I sound like the host now, but in the chat I see Trigger Happy had asked a question For speed store, what would be the objective or target of surveillance? You know, I remember reading something some years ago. Africa and parts of the Caribbean have some dead zones, so to speak, where they can't really run internet and stuff. I remember Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook had an initiative that they was running easy 10 years ago, probably more at this point, where they were testing out using these solar powered drones, essentially. This is a little bit before drones became commercial. And they're going to use these solar powered drones to transmit internet down into some of these dense so-called dark spots in Africa. I bet Elon was like, you know what? This foot soldier here, this foot soldier speed, let him do that work. You know what I mean? Let him give us the baseline of how far off we are from being able to produce. And like I said last week, because our people are sitting around waiting for this white man to come and do some shit, when the white man comes and brings you the fucking internet next that you've probably been hearing about, right? That you probably have had some limited access to, right? Is yay the white man again. Oh, look, the white man came and brought me internet to my house. You know, and you know, that's because you're sitting around. We should have figured out how to get around these people's internet because it's just a surveillance tool. We should have figured that out. You know what I mean? And that goes back to the conversation we had earlier about the distribution networks between the restaurateurs, black restaurateurs, and black farmers, and all the people in between that. Like, dog, you guys are sitting in your restaurant expecting who to figure this out? You expecting the average black person who's just hungry and want to come and eat some food from their hometown or from their region, right? Some magusi soup, right? Like you, you know, some doubles from Trinidad or something. Like you running the store, and it's not dawning on you, hey, maybe I should try to cut the cost for my customers. Maybe I should get on my my walking shoes and get out there and start building some connections. And it's the same thing I find with the continent and the Caribbean. It's time for us to stop sitting around waiting for some, because inevitably some white guy with and you're gonna owe him. You're gonna owe him. Either you're gonna owe him financially or you're gonna owe him as far as your mentality goes. He has to be God now. I owe this guy. I can't pay him. He came here and did a thing that we didn't do. None of our engineers and guys who go off to go learn computer programming came back and did this stuff for us. So yeah, I owe this guy. I gotta look. Either I pay him or I gotta look at him as God. Or we're just sitting around waiting for these guys to come and do it, right? And these guys are slick. The most. When our ancestors said white devils, they know what they was talking about. These guys are demons, dog. How did Walter Rodney die? Off topic a little bit. How did Walter Rodney die? Some childhood friend of his say, hey, check out this walkie-talkie. You go down there with this other walkie-talkie. And some white guy gave this guy this walkie-talkie, this pair of walkie-talkies. Sent our brethren Walter Rodney down the street thinking, oh, it's my brethren. We play on a walkie-talkie, click the thing and it blows up and kills him. You're going to pay one way or the other the longer you sit down and wait. So these guys who run the restaurants, these guys who are musicians and influencers, well, they have a brain too. Use your damn brain. What is this white guy coming around you for? It's for nothing good. You're gonna owe this guy, and we collectively gonna owe this guy something. So when we see our mama and them have a white picture of a white man up on the wall next to a cross, there's a reason why that's happening. There's a reason why that's happening. You're gonna pay the piper one way or the other. And that's what's happening. That's what this prompt to me is about. This prompt is about the idea that, you know, you let this white man put you on a tour back in the 60s or whatever to go to there. Yeah, there's something he's getting back for that. Oh, he told you could bring your wife too? And we got a photographer who'll take a picture of you in front of the Sphinx with you playing. Yeah, there's a price for that. I show speed. You want to go off? We'll monetize you when you put your video, when you stream your videos. We'll monetize you. Put some money in your pockets through endorsements, this, that, and the other. Oh, but by the way, take this with you when you go. It's just the reality of it. And all of us are supposed to recognize this by now, except for those of us who absolutely keep ourselves out the loop of anything that makes sense, anything positive, anything conscious. But the average one of us should figure this out by now. I've talked long enough. I'm sorry. I'll land my plane, man. You guys continue.
Appreciate it, fellas. In the chat, Trigger Happy says the West has mastered putting a defense system against revolutionaries. Call them black identity extremists, as we saw with the first term. Or was it Biden's term? Whichever one here recently in the United States, we found out that the FBI has labeled BIE, black identity extremists, as the number one threat to domestic policy in the United States. They want to take Africa. Two, to prevent state uprisings, to prevent the Sahel from forming. It's such a big proponent of AI, IL. I don't know what IL is. You're going to have to let me know, Trigger Happy. And surveillance technology. And they want more of Africa as a means of controlling regular populations. And then Lord of Slaughter says 100. Coco, you had said, you know, how Walter Rodney was killed. A kid was given a walkie-talkie, and subsequently it led to his death, not realizing the walkie-talkie was an explosive device that was planted in. It kind of reminds me of, please, YouTube, don't flag this. But I think those of us are pretty familiar with, hopefully, maybe some of us are familiar with Israel's Mossad using is it a beeper, a pager? I'm not 100% sure, but like they use to explode in somebody's hand. Maybe that's where Mossad got that from, because up until you just said that, Koku, I did not, I never, I guess, ventured out and researched on how Walter Rodney passed away. I bring that up because when I was going to school in Minnesota, I lived in Minneapolis. Minneapolis is home to, in the summertime, probably the most street festivals that I've ever seen in my life. It seemed like every single weekend there was not only just one, there was several different street festivals. One of those street festivals, my ex now, this Nigerian woman, we went to a street festival, and one of the food vendors was this white couple, white woman, white man, and they were giving free samples of their bread that they were selling. Now, I just didn't want to eat, just period. I just didn't want to eat. So what was interesting is that the exchange that happened. So the white guy, he said, "Hey, we got bread. Would you guys like to try some?" And my ex at the time, or my girlfriend at the time, but my ex now, proceeded to try the bread. I just didn't want to eat. And she ate, and then he looked at me. "Hey, do you want to sample some bread?" I said, "No." He goes, "Are you sure?" I said, "Oh, I'm okay." And then he asked me a third time. I said, "Nah." And he goes, "Come on." Now there's a fourth attempt, for me to try this bread. And it always stuck out to me, like, why was he so persistent into me sampling this bread? One can say, well, it's innocent. Jacadero, you're a conspiracy theorist. I don't think there was anything behind that. He was trying to sell this bread. Maybe if you like the sample, you buy the bread. But it did always stand out to me. Like, what was this guy sent? Was there something in these samples? Or was there something in my sample specifically? Because my girlfriend, she didn't end up getting sick. But nonetheless, it always stuck out to me. So I'm wondering if that kid didn't accept the walkie-talkie, what would have happened? Hey, yo, here's these walkie-talkies. And where did this kid meet this white guy? Again, I say this to say most black kids that I know, they're not just accepting things. Now, one can say, well, it was an electronic device, especially back then. Hey, who wouldn't just take like a walkie-talkie, especially something that maybe you haven't seen before? But go ahead, Anthony.
Hey, Jacadero, when we growed up, like in the hood, in every black family, probably other people too, but one thing I know, every mama, every daddy told us one thing: don't take no wooden nickels. That's what they used to always say: don't take no wooden nickels. Don't take shit from strangers. Don't take candy from strangers. Don't take nothing from strangers. What I wanted to say, I remember like me and Forecast, we were rapping like last night. We did a show, and Koku, I wanted for Koku to come back up for a minute. Koku, you remember when you used to always had that statement when you used to make about the barrel maker? Could you explain that a little bit more? Yeah, because I remember probably about 5-6 years ago, I remember you used to talk about that, about the barrel maker.
Hold on, now I need to kind of remember because it's been a while. Tell me more about your conversation with Forecast, and then I'll tell you.
Okay, it was basically like what we was talking about now, about like these white folks who like how we drink the liquor, they make the liquor. You know what I'm saying? And how it's like if you want to buy the liquor, you got to pay his price. Stuff like that. That was the context when you talk about the barrel maker. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's essentially it. I got that from somewhere. I don't remember where, but yeah, there's a cost. There's a cost, and you're gonna pay that cost one way or the other. You know what I mean? Look at what's the brother's name right now? Judas and the Black Messiah. Why can't I think of his name right now? The guy who sets him up to be killed by the Chicago police and almost kill his baby and his wife. That guy was caught doing some shit. If I remember correctly, I think it was like he had a bunch of tickets or something, like speeding tickets or something like that, or maybe he was trying to steal a car. I can't remember now, but yeah, Fred Hampton. Thank you, Lord Slaughter. And if you're afraid to do time because of these tickets or whatever it was that you was doing, all right, we have a way out for you though. Give us the map for this guy, for Fred Hampton's house layout. The barrel maker will always make back his money, man. The barrel maker will always make it back. So by the way, with Walter Rodney, they were grown people, or they were about 40 years old. It was just, it's kind of, and the friend obviously had to be working with them people. Because like y'all said, we don't take nothing from those strangers, much less a white stranger. If you ever go somewhere with a child and a white guy or a white person handing out some candy or something, you'll notice something about black children. They look at the parents first. Huh? Can I take this? No. Oh, you know what I mean? We don't just take stuff. So it had to be his friend. This was his childhood friend. They were around 40 years old. If I remember, I think Walter only died around 39 or something like that. Right? And it's kind of a Caribbean thing. You guys, where you're from, you guys may do it too. We have this thing of like, well, go along now. You go down there. Let's try this thing out. You know, because we saw that type of shit on TV, walkie-talkies and all this kind of stuff. And he went down there and pressed the button and got his head blown off. These guys don't just give you some shit for nothing. Right? And as a matter of fact, let me take that back. Maybe his friend wasn't even working with them people, but he took something from some strangers. He took these walkie-talkies and went down there and caused this guy his life. You know what I mean? We have to be very careful about how we deal with these folks. One of the things we talked about last week was about this religion thing again in the black community. And what I find so hurtful and heinous, to be honest, for all the black Christians and Muslims that we have that talk about demons and devils and shaitan and all this kind of stuff, but in the real world, you guys can't recognize the demon, the devil, the Satan. You guys still just shaking your head at what these other people do. You guys don't recognize that's the same type of evil they was talking about in them books that y'all hold so dearly. You can't recognize a demon when you see one. So why aren't you getting the rest of us to see the demon over there? You know, but anyway, like I said, I'll land my plane, man. You guys continue.
Man, very, very. It's a lot to think about. Again, I'm just. Now you got me, Coco. You got me now thinking. I might do some research on the death of Walter Rodney, because I had no idea that it was a child. And where did this child, like, why?
No, a childhood friend. So they were both like adults. If I remember correctly, they were both adults.
Okay. Well, I guess, yeah, now it makes more sense, because I'm like, where would a child be talking with a random man? But yeah, nonetheless, a childhood friend. Very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Again, it brings me back to that. I can't help it, but now think about, I call it the bread fiasco. Hey, you need to try this bread. I'm okay. No, you need to try it. And it's like, why are you being so persistent? Now, my suspicion is up, because you done asked me 3 times. Twice is okay, but now 3 times. And then a 4th time. Now I'm really suspicious. Now I'm like, bro, there's something in this bread. And I don't think you're trying to sell it just to be a good salesman. I think, you might know who I am. In the chat, Lord of Slaughter says, what God sends their word via the demons? Trigger Happy also says, which should make them question, why share a religious community with those who are not trustworthy, even when continue their idea? Trigger Happy says, you will get some black Muslims, they can agree that Arabs suck, but they will say Islam doesn't belong to the Arabs. They can't let it go. Let's go. Come on, Trigger Happy. Let's go. I usually try to keep this story to myself and to people that are close to me, but I'm going to tell it. I don't know if it's a story about persistence. One could look at it and say it's a story about persistence, and it's a story about saying, that's an obstacle, I'm not going to let it. But just Trigger Happy really triggered something in me, huh? You like that, Trigger Happy? And it's a story of my stepfather. For those that don't know, my stepfather, of South Sudanese nationality. When he met my mom in Kenya, he was actually on another path, a whole nother path. The United States was not in his realm of thinking at the moment. So before he met my mom, he was already in Nairobi. And he said he was going to, for those that have been to Nairobi, the biggest masjid because he's a Muslim, the biggest masjid in Nairobi is Jamia Mosque. So he used to frequent, if not all 4 prayers, all 4, because as a Muslim, it's 5 obligatory prayers during the day and night. So he would, majority of his prayers, he would just go to the masjid. And so there happened to be a scholar there from Saudi Arabia, an Arab scholar. Flow with me a little bit, guys. And so after seeing my dad presumably there multiple times on a consistent basis, the Arab scholar approached him and said, hey, you're one of the very few Africans that come in here, and instead of praying at home, at work, or wherever, you come here to pray. Yo, let me pick your brain. How did you get to be who you are today? I see how pious you are. You know how it is, guys. And so my dad said, I grew up with this. My father and his father before him were Muslims, and I'm just continuing it. And the guys are like, okay, hey, you're here in Kenya, what are your plans? My stepfather said, I plan actually to be like you, become a scholar, and things first, go to Saudi Arabia and get all the knowledge that I can be and be a certified scholar in Saudi Arabia. And the Arab man said to him, are you ready for this, Anthony? The Arab man said to him, they'll never accept you in Saudi Arabia. You'll never be a scholar of Islam. Now, you would think, some of us would think that it would then take my dad, it would then dissuade my dad and say, man, what are you talking about? Or say, who cares about this religion? Hey, I'm having an Arab. And again, I got to make the obligatory trip to Mecca, which is in Saudi Arabia, to become the best of the Muslims, right? Instead, my dad said, this guy's talking nonsense. And he still continues, to be Muslim to this day. Yeah, I say that to say, with Trigger Happy saying, Black Muslims, they can agree that Arabs suck, but they will say Islam doesn't belong to them. This talks about a lot of us, whether it's religion or even ideologies. Go ahead, Anthony.
Jacadero, I want to ask one question. If they say, okay, well, I hear the black, I've heard, hey, I was almost converted to be a black Muslim when I was 19. I sent in the X and everything. Okay, but look here. If they say that it don't belong to the Arabs, answer me this one question. Why do you, if you're a true Muslim, if you're a real hardcore dedicated Muslim, why you got to change your name to an Arab name? You know what I'm saying? A religious name. Why you had to become Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? You know what I'm saying? To convert to Islam. You know what I'm saying? Why you had to change your name? Huh?
Leave alone changing the name. That's one thing.
Yeah. I mean, why you have to change your name? Hey, why do you have to change your name? Why do you have to go on a pilgrimage to the city of Mecca and roll around and walk around the Kaaba, which was a place where before Islam, all they had was pagan idols that they used to worship where they got Allah come from. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't about being Arab.
So that's the frustrating thing that had me leave Islam during the 2010s is that this religion, you guys might not say that, okay, hey, it's not Arab nationalism or Arab suck, but yet the religion itself, it centers around the Arab world. I got to go to Mecca. I have to speak Arabic in order to pray. To have the highest chance that my prayer is going to be answered, it has to be in their language. It can't be in Yoruba. It can't be in Swahili. It can't be in Hausa. It can't be in Lingala. It has to be. The name thing is, whatever, because some Muslims will tell you, oh, no, I know a Muslim, his name is Peter. I know a Muslim, his name is Jesus, actually, or, whatever. But this religion is centered. So what does this have to do with the topic, the current subtopic at hand? I think enough of us get caught up with this ideology that just says, you know what? Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Leave the baby. Just throw out the bathwater. And it's like,
Okay, Jacadero, can I say I'll interrupt one more time, okay? If they're okay, let's not say don't throw the baby away with the bathwater when it comes to Islam. But check it out. when the Arabs came to Africa and they met your ancestors in Kenya, you know what I'm saying? Our ancestors in East Africa and Sudan, in West Africa, wherever they went, guess what? They made them throw the baby out with the bathwater with their beliefs. Hey, get rid of that traditional beliefs and all of that shit there. Get rid of that demon worship and all that shit and convert to Islam. Okay, so you can throw the baby out with you can throw all of your stuff away, but don't throw stuff away with Islam. You see what I'm saying? The hypocrisy in that. Forget about being an African. Forget about your African belief system, your culture, and all that. And you have to throw all that away and become a Muslim. So, see, I'm saying the bottom line, it is about being an Arab, a cultural Arab. You know what I'm saying? You're honorary Arab if you black. You know what I'm saying? It is about that.
Thank you. In the chat, Lord of Slaughter agrees with you. He says, I'm throwing both if the baby isn't African. Yes, sir. Woo! Trigger Happy in the chat says, but the most important thing is to move away from demons. You have to move away from people who are two-faced and continue to be two-faced. Like I said before, we have to build our own thing. Islam is a macro culture. Religions are macro cultures. We can also build a macro culture if those religions drew from us. But Brother Bakari says, and Allah only hear your prayer if you pray in Arabic. Yeah, yes, yeah, yep. But being the best in the system, Trigger Happy adds, all you did was become the best super soldier for their purpose and further validating the strength of their systems. You know, like, I'm not sure on Kenya necessarily, but there are some places in Central Africa where, you know, Muslims won't allow a village to practice animism, whatever their spiritual system is, because not only is there an ideology difference, but they're saying that, hey, you know, the way that things will work politically, financially, militarily, it won't work. And so, you know, I know that some of us don't like having these conversations because it, you know, it just outright says division. But it's no wonder why we have some of the problems that we have on the African continent and even, you know, the Caribbean. I know that for a while, if it still doesn't exist, Trinidad and Tobago is having the biggest issue with two different ideology of, they call them gangs, but I'm going to call them anti-government rebels, the quote unquote Muslims, and then the other gangs. And, you know, it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Trigger Happy says, basically, it's the same integrationist rhetoric many of our people have. They think our strength lies in providing or proving other races wrong by rising in their system and being the best in their system. Pathetic. Pathetic. Huh? Hey. Trigger Happy also adds, Black Muslims will say, but we practice our culture too. Religion doesn't erase our culture. Malcolm said that same thing. Basically, syncretism. That's why I don't like syncretism. Our culture adds, I was listening to Dr. Nubia Kai yesterday, and she mentioned Saudi Arabia as 85% Black. She covers that the original Arabs are Black people, not the white ones. I think Dr. Ben Yakinen and Dr. John Henry Clark also covered this as well. And that may or may not be true. I've never been to the Mideast outside of an airport in Qatar. But nonetheless, if that's true, okay, that's true. But
it's not true. Hey, Jackadero, can I touch that real quick? Can I touch it real quick?
Please.
Okay. Okay. It's been this narrative for a long time that the original Arabs were Black. Let me run this down to you. The original people of the Arabian Peninsula, yeah, they were Black. They were Africans who lived out of Africa and went into Eurasia, into Southern Eurasia. They went into places like the Arabian Peninsula. They went into Iraq, Iran, even in India. You see them today, the remnants of them today, now in Southern India. You know what I'm saying? With the Dravidian people, you know what I'm saying? These dark-skinned Black people. These people are the descendants of Africans who lived a long time ago. But what I'm saying, on the Arabian thing, on the Arab thing, okay, these Africans who left out of Africa who had first settled in the Arabian Peninsula, because, you know, Arabia wasn't a dry desert back then. You know, it was a forest cover. It was forest. That whole region, it was forest with lakes and rivers and streams. Okay, at that time when these Africans lived out of Africa, okay, they did not speak no Arabic language. They didn't have no Arabic culture. They wouldn't worship it in Arabic and all that stuff there. What happened was later on, when you get around the 17th, 18th century, the 1600s BCE, you had Eurasian people who came down from the north, from about the Caucasus region, the southern Russia region, all these people, these different nomadic Indo-Aryan, Indo-European groups who assaulted the whole of southern Asia. They went into the Indus Valley in the 1600s and destroyed the Harappa civilization. You know what I'm saying? They destroyed the civilizations in Syria and all over the whole Levant region. You know what I'm saying? This was a time when you had like the fall of the Egyptian civilization and the collapse of the Hittites. You know, the same time where all these groups of people were moving in. These Eurasian people who made it down into Syria, Canaan, Palestine region, into the Arabian Peninsula, they displaced the black people, the dark-skinned people who were living in these places. They displaced them, absorbed them, or outright killed them, or ran them out, whatever. Pushed them to the margins, whatever. These Eurasian people who came down here and populated that area of the Arabian Peninsula and later Iraq, these Semitic people that we know as the Semitic people. These were the people who were the ancestors of the Arabs. This is where the Arabs come from. We hear this story all the time. I even heard Farrakhan and somebody, the mother tongue. They said, Farrakhan, I know Koku heard me. Koku, if I'm lying, cuss me out. He said the mother tongue of black people was Arabic. He said it. He said to him that our mother tongue was Arabic. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, he said we wouldn't that black at first and that our hair was like our eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? So, all this black Arab shit, that don't mean nothing, man. That's a bald-faced lie. That's just some shit that people created to fit a narrative. And we got some of our people, let's face it, they with this whole thing like black, we indigenous to the planet. No, we indigenous to one place, Africa. Now, we left Africa and went other places. The only place we indigenous to is Africa. But when you hear people talking about this, well, the original Arabs were black. No, they wouldn't. This was Eurasian people coming down and mingling with the black people who were left, who didn't get killed or ran out the place or went somewhere else. That's what that was. African people were not no Arabs. We didn't speak no Arab language. Arab language didn't come from us. None of that shit. We spoke whatever we spoke in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Arab is not an African language. That is a Eurasian language from Eurasian people. So we're going to have to, and I know I'm not talking about you, brother. But I'm just saying, when we hear people talk about all this mess, that's some bullshit, man. And you could go to Arabian Peninsula, especially in southern Arabian Peninsula, where the people are darker skinned, because they have, that mixture, a lot of Arab. They had slavery over there. They traffic Africans from East Africa and bought them there. You go through Yemen and Oman and places, you got black people over there. But if you look at what they call the pure Arabs, the Arabs over there, up around in the Central Arabia and all these places, man, these people white. These is white people. You know what I'm saying? Well, suntan white people. You know what I'm saying? Like you see the common Arabs, Arab people in parts of the so-called Middle East, Iraq and Syria, places like that. But no, we got to get off of that there about the Arabs, the original Arabs being black. No, the original people of the Arabian Peninsula were black, who lived there were black, until the Eurasians came and invaded and took over that place. And they became the people. They displaced them. But and all that black Arab shit, man, that's just some bullshit that a lot of people be using for some talking points to justify Islam and stuff.
Woo-hoo! Hey, let's go ahead and let's give it. Come on! In the chat, we got a lot. Lord of Slaughter said that they came from mountains and caves with the Euros. Trigger Happy says, yeah, Semitic languages likely came from Africa, and hence Arabic being related to Semitic. But you are dealing with Arab speakers who are deeply mixed with Persians, Turks, and Central Asians. Lord Asada says, indigenous to Africa, other hominids were outside of Africa and they were extinct. Trigger Happy adds, so it's no point pushing language by people who are largely Eurasian right now. And yeah, Yemen, Oman, they're an island called Socotra. Well, that has a lot of darker people there. Brother Bakar says, and they make shit too. Wesley Muhammad, and they just make shit too. Wesley Muhammad said that the word Arab mean black. And Anthony is absolutely right. Of course, Wesley Muhammad would say that. That's exactly what he would say. They were Cushites, not Arabs. All right. As much as I want to, do a tag team match on the Arabs, I could do that all day. I know that our panelists, just like you guys, you guys want to move forward. Koku, Anthony, any last thoughts before we go ahead and start to end this show? Any thoughts? Let me know.
No, well, real quick, I'm sorry I kind of diverted the conversation, but I can always bring it back to what the topic at hand is. But that statement I made about the Christians and the Muslims, you guys' training is in casting out and shunning demons, and I don't see y'all doing the job. I don't see y'all doing the job. I don't see y'all recognizing the demons. And the reason why I brought that up was because, whether you're Louis Armstrong or I Show Speed, you got these white folks backing you to travel internationally, particularly in Africa. You got to question what's the catch, especially when they hand you some shit and say, "Hey, take that with you." Well, what's the catch? What is this? And like Anthony said, in Speed's case, they probably told him straight up what it was. But with Louis Armstrong, they probably didn't. He was just happy to get a little meal stipend and take his wife and court her, which is dope, by the way. That picture with him and his wife in front of the Sphinx, it's a dope ass picture. But what is the cost? What comes with it? You know what I mean? So the idea of doing something that's in conjunction with these folks, the answer is always going to be there's some type of surveillance, some type of propaganda, etc., etc. So I'll leave it there.
Appreciate it, Koku. Anthony, any last thoughts?
Yeah, I was reading what this brother who said they about did I check out a book about a doctor, my eyes bad, man, a Dr. Nubia Cat. No, I haven't checked that out, but I'm gonna look into it though. But no, I mean my last words is not pretty much, like what Koku said, man. I just want to say one thing. Koku, did you see? I don't know if you've seen it. I sent you that video. Did you see that video? And I'm saying, look how these white folks try to play in our face. They had of the white girl talking about she was the transracial thing. About she's a white girl. Yeah, it's talking about she was a black woman. Then she was going to Africa, like did a DNA, whatever, all this, a straight up white girl. And then she was going to Africa like she accepted to the cookout and all that shit. You seen that shit, Coco?
Yeah,
I said, look at this bullshit.
I saw it today, and I responded with an emoji. This is why it's so damaging.
Yeah.
Not when black folks, in particular nowadays, is the FBA people. It's so damaging when black people say, "Oh, well, everyone comes from Africa." That's not how that works. We're not all African.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying, Coco. Exactly that's exactly what you just said. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we all from Africa and everything. And now, that's this all a part of a recolonization program. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. We all from Africa. Yeah.
Man, I love this. I love this because we can go into so many different ways, especially one of my favorite punching bags is the FBA. Again, please, if you're FBA, don't feel discouraged. It's just more I look at it as simple.
Man, don't pay no attention to the FBA. Fuck them stupid Negroes with that plantation mentality.
Again, if you're FBA, ADOS, whatever it is that you identify as, you're more than invited to, share your thoughts, opinions on this show. You want to be a panelist, you want to be in the chat, please. I want all Black walks of life. Just because, hey, we might not get a chance to interact with you. All right. We got a lot going on in the chat. Man, you know what? Let's go ahead and read some of these. Only Africans come in Africa. Of course, Lord of Slaughter. I see you. Yes, sir. Okay, we got a lot. Anthony, this is all directed towards you, man. So let's go ahead and move on forward. Guys, as much as we like to shoot the breeze, You see me? You see what I did there? As much as we like to shoot the breeze, we also like to recognize what's going on. People, places, things, events. How do we do that? Shout outs. That's right. This is the time that you go ahead and recognize those things, people, places, things, events. So this is your moment. Koku, what say you? What shout outs do you have for this week?
Yeah, I'm going to shout you out. I'm going to shout you out because you learned tonight what it is to have to hold down a show by yourself. I did it as recently as last week, actually. Not the whole show, but first couple topics for sure. So shout out to you. I'm going to shout out to Anthony too. Anthony is one of the best people I've met in doing this stuff. A lot of you might not know this, but I've been familiar with Anthony for, years. I can't even, it must be 10 years now. Because, again,
2017.
Okay, 2017. Yeah, so it's almost 10 years, right? So a lot of you might not know, and I wish he was here to give him the shout out too. But Black Steel and I, years ago, 2017, 26. I want to say me and him started 2016, and then I met Anthony through comments in 2017. But we used to do a book club, Black Steel and I, and I remember when Anthony would comment. After a while, I think we did Dr. Bobby Wright's Menticide. And I started seeing these comments from, there was another guy named Trife Mac, I think was his name, and then there was Anthony. And, I always appreciated Anthony. If you guys only knew when we first started Shoot the Breeze, how many years I was trying to get Anthony and Black Steel to come on to the panel. So it's a pleasure to be on the panel as a panelist. So shout out to Jacadero for, again, experiencing what it is to kind of be talking by yourself. But you did a great job. Let me just say that too. Shout out to Anthony for lending his voice to the program when he can. I know he has those kids to look after and stuff, so I get it. But shout out to you two, and shout out to the chat, particularly Trigger Happy and stuff like that, who's always here every week and contributing to the conversation. And one last thing, if I may, I noticed that there's a conversation in the chat now concerning the book from the author that Anthony mentioned earlier. And I just wanted to say that, many times I think about a book club, doing a book club again, but I'll only do it if there's real participation. So if it's something that you guys think is necessary, that would be invited by the audience, by you guys who frequent around here, just let us know on the Discord or, drop a comment in the playback section of the episode. All right. You guys be good, man. Peace.
I appreciate it, Koku, and yeah, it's an honor. It's a privilege as well. Anthony, what say you? What's your shout outs for this week?
Oh yeah, man. First of all, I want to shout out you, Jacadero. Like, I was trying, man. I had the children. They so damn bad. I had to watch them. If I take my eyes off of them, they'll get into some stuff, you know, and I'm gonna get blamed. So I had to watch them. I had to stay in there, play with them, and everything. No, they wore me out, man. I'm getting old. But shout out to you, man, for helling the majority of the show, man. I mean, you really did it. You really did it, man. You really did it, man. And it was a joy to me. It's always a joy to me to even get on the show, man. You know, and talk to all y'all brothers, man. But especially you, Jackadero, and your energy and everything is great. You know, shout out to Koku. Like I said, me and Koku go back a long way, man. And I was just thinking, like, I mean, it's times like when I ain't got nothing, when I'm just chilling, I'm bored, I ain't got nothing to do. I ain't got nothing to do. I go back and look at those old book clubs that Black Steel and Coco used to do. I mean, it was about 4 or 5 of them, you know what I'm saying? And I go back and look at them and listen to them now. You know what I'm saying? So man, yeah, you know, we've been in it for a minute, you know. And well, my shout out goes to my brother Obafemi, man, from out of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Coco them, they know him. You know, he got a new album out. And it's called Warriors, Healers, and Builders. It just came out. It's a brand new album, you know, Obafemi. It's called it's Warriors, Builders, and Healers. And it just dropped out, man. You know, I listened at it. You know, some great music, man. You know how Obafemi rolled, man. It's all about blackness, all about us. You know, and all about coming up and progress. So everybody try to check it out if you can, man. You know, the new album about Brother Obafemi, man. Warriors, Healers, and Builders. And peace to the chat, peace to everybody who's on the panel, man, and just peace out to everybody, man. And Jackadero, man, you hang in there, man. You keep doing, you're doing great, man. You know, you're doing great, man. And I know Koku's proud of you.
I appreciate it. It means a lot. It means more than what you guys know. You know, whether or not people get in here, it's not as big of a deal as what you guys might think. You know, I can talk with the best of them. Clearly, yeah, right. You know, I'm a big yapper. That's what they say among Gen Z now, huh? You just yap, and I love to yap. So, and especially, you know, these are topics that I'm interested in. I like to hear different perspectives. So even when there's not people on the panel, when the chat is going, it just makes things that much smoother. But either way, I'm going to still yap. The show might not be a whole 4 hours, but we going to yap, though. We going to yap. So let's get to the chat. We got the shout-outs in the chat. Culture says, shout out to Brother Bakari for mentioning that restaurant called Garvey's. It reminded me of Amy Ashwood Garvey, who had her restaurant and club in London. London, isn't it? Where the Pan-African community would meet. Need more of those spaces. I like that. Brother Bakari shouts out to the host and to the panel and to the chat. Shout out to all the shout out I will be shouting out in the future. Culture says Papa Garvey's Earth Strong is on Monday. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. August 17th. If you guys don't know, it's Marcus Garvey's birthday, man. Especially if you're in New York, man, do something special. Do something special. I believe that his home is still intact. I don't know if it's somebody's living there, but do everything that you can to at least, you know, go pay homage, man. Especially if you're in the East Coast. Culture says, or Tree Happy says, Culture, I can't agree that they are African religions because they have foreign influences, but they definitely drew from African theology. I don't disagree with that. Culture says, shout out to all the Garveyites. Yeah. Trigger Happy has a lot. We'll let you guys read that. As far as my shout outs for today, I got 2 of them. Let me make it 3. Of course, shout out to all of you guys. Whether or not you guys participate, that doesn't mean anything. Remember, this is on a social media platform, and so when you guys hit the like button, it will get out there. You know, one of the things that's really awesome about the internet is, you know, it's still in its infancy. So, you know, we're still figuring things out. And one of the things that we're beginning to find out more and more about is that, you know, stuff from like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, you guys will be surprised on how they become viral. You know, like somebody will take a news clip and be like, oh man, the way that guy was interviewed on the news. And now that's like a trend on TikTok. People will imitate that person. Who's to say that, something from this show, a 20-second clip won't go viral out there? I know the way that Black Steel loves to have his expletives. I love it. I actually look forward to that. I actually look forward to Black Steel cursing on air. And, who's to say that wouldn't go viral? Nonetheless, I mean, I say it all the time. Hitting that like button, sharing this, it helps the algorithm for like-minded individuals like yourself. So in the chat, Lord of Slaughter says, my shout outs is to the African Caribbean visa distribution. Yeah. So yeah, my shout out is to all of you guys. My second shout out is South Africa. I know. This summer, South Africa hasn't had the best image. But one thing that they did this week was there was a court ruling. Their highest court in the country stopped Shell, the people that, if you're in the United States, that provide gas for your guys' vehicles. They stopped Shell from drilling for oil. The Constitutional Court said the methods that they were going to use isn't right. Whatever the ruling reason was, nonetheless, this was sparked because locals, fishermen, activists, they said, hey, this is not all right. We weren't consulted. The government didn't even think about us, but we're bringing this. And it went all the way up to the highest court in South Africa. If you want to research more on it, just go and look at Shell versus South Africa on YouTube. Man, pretty fucking positive. I hate to curse, but man, that was solid. When I saw that, out of all the things South Africa didn't do this year right, they got that right. That's awesome. And again, it was literally started by locals, whether activists, fishermen. Nonetheless, it was people like you. So if you think that you're insignificant, that's a testament. I want you guys to hear me and hear me clearly. That is a flaming, fire-hot testament that even you as a civilian, you can do something. You can stop things, believe it or not. This was started by locals in South Africa. And imagine now Shell will not be drilling oil off of the coast of South Africa. Impressive. Oh, I get so passionate whenever I just think about it. That's impressive, to say the least, by locals. And then, last but not least, for those that don't already know, man, I'm Jacadero, proudly from Omaha, Nebraska. Man, we got a great thing here in Omaha, Nebraska. What is that great thing? You see it on your screen. It's the Empowerment Network, right? Yeah. The largest and the strongest Black organization here in the Midwest. And we partner with sister cities, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street. Yes. Empowerment Network is a part of that rebuilding Black Wall Street. Believe it or not, you can look us up. This is real. I'm not just saying this. Go ahead and look us up. Kansas City, Missouri, Houston, Texas, Memphis, Tennessee, Cincinnati, Ohio, and Lansing, Michigan, to say the least. But we do it all. We empower you. So if you're HVAC, electrician, real estate, finance, a professor, anything of the sort, we got you. Every year we host the Rebuilding a Village conference here in Omaha, Nebraska. Past keynote speakers were people like Magic Johnson, Eric Thomas. Yes. Boris Cujo. Yes. So this is your guys' open invite. Come one, come all. That's the Empowerment Network. And every year in May is the Rebuilding a Village conference. Visit us at www.empoweromaha.com, the strongest Black empowerment organization here in the streets. And then that's it, man. You guys, speaking of, I was at, it rained on Juneteenth this year, on June 19th. So the Juneteenth parade was actually held today. And I was a part of that. So I've been up since 4 a.m. Not to brag. This is not to say, oh, woe is me. No. It's to say that whenever Anthony and Koku and Bakari talk and say, hey, Jacadero, man, you're doing a great thing. Man, Khalid Muhammad, one of the prolific Black Muslims, rest in peace to him. He said it best. Hold the line. We got to hold the line. No matter what's going on in my life, I love that I'm a part of holding the line, even if it's small. I love holding the line. I love us Black people. And I love that there's other Black people that love Black people. We are bombarded with the craziest imagery, the craziest of characters that spew the nastiest and most disgusting thing to build disappointment and failure among you. But it's individuals like your guys' selves that keep holding that line and say, no, there's a lot more of us that are proud of being Black, that are proud of being African. And I love that. I love that so much. I know I went on a tangent here, but man, I don't think you guys understand how much I love being Black. I love it. And this didn't just start yesterday. My parents used to talk to me all the time about the stuff that I would say as a kid. I love it. Growing up, I used to watch Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson, Mike Jordan as a Kenyan kid and just be like, man, those guys are awesome. Of course, my dad was awesome. My dad was always my first hero, but just seeing just how awesome Black imagery was. And then today, you're stuck with whatever, the nonsense. Just know that if you have somebody in your life that you really care about that might be sliding into, for lack of a better term, being a coon, send them this way. This is the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Shoot the Breeze, episode 253. I'm Jacadero. And just remember one thing, guys. I love being African. I love you guys, and I know you guys love me, man. With that being said, get on with the rest of your guys' weekend. And remember, Khalid Muhammad said it best. Hold that line. Hold that gun!
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.